Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the 44th Chess Olympiad, a beautiful view of the playing hall here in Chennai, India, as the 44th Chess Olympiad begins to reach its apex and as the stronger teams begin to face each other. Today will be an unmissable day. I am so excited to be bringing you this show. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, once again, the legend, nobody I'd rather be commentating with than Grandmaster Yasser Seron. Yaz, welcome. I guess it's morning for you. I don't even want to say what time it is for me, but I am so excited to be here and to commentate the Olympiad for the first time.
My honor, the honor is all mine, Daniel. Pleasure. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this fourth round. Danya, it's great to call the action alongside you. You missed the first 3 rounds. Let's get our folks caught up on the standings after 3 rounds. Let's take it from the women's first.
Okay, women's section first, as we see Bulgaria headlining the standings. There are, according to my research, 19 perfect teams that have won all 3 of their matches. Bulgaria, Ukraine, Mongolia, Sweden, and not to be outdone, India is the strongest team by rating. And so far, yes, it's been a pretty smooth run for India. And speaking of India, in the open section, India too, perfect score. Yes, wow. They've won 3 matches. Perfect score on each board. Can you believe that?
Exactly. And just to help, we're going to talk about the format next, but what that means is every time a team wins a match, they get 2 match points. So there you see, after 3 matches, you've got these teams that have 6 match points because they won all the games. The next column, you see this 12 points. There's 4 games played per round. So when India 2 has 12-0, it means that they won their first 3 matches by a perfect score, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. France has given up 1 draw, and as you say, there's our standings.
Indeed, and it's been an incredible run for India too. The format, it's an 11-round Swiss. Today, of course, is round 4, and Yasser, as you indicated, each team consists of 4 players. Matches consist of board 1 plays board 1, board 2 plays board 2, etc. And of course, 2 match points for a match win, 1 per draw, and 0 for loss. The time control, 90 minutes with a 30-second increment and 30 minutes added after move 40. Pretty simple format. Now let's take a look at today's matchups. We start with the women's section. And at the start, Yasser, I mentioned that the strong teams, the really strong teams, the big boys, the big girls are starting to face each other. And we see that here, don't we?
Yeah, and again, this is round 4. These are the matchups for round 4. Israel, Azerbaijan. Let me see. India too, huh? Wow. Okay. I'm still looking for these traditional teams. Where's my team, Georgia? But they're not there yet. I guess they're doing the pairings here also by game points as well as perfect scores, right?
Yeah, I think game points, also known as board points, is the actual determinant of standings and the main tiebreaker. And in the open section, we have on board one Israel against the Netherlands. I'm very much excited to see whether India 2 is going to, whether India 2 is going to hold their perfect board score. I don't think it's going to happen, but they have been performing like beasts. And this starts this is board 6, board 7, 8, 9, and 10. And on the top 5 boards, we have the matches to which thousands, tens of thousands will be pegged today. France against India 1. USA against a scintillating Uzbekistan team that consists of 4 young and exciting grandmasters. Yasser, we won't know where to turn today.
I know we have an embarrassment of riches. That India 3 team versus Spain, Poland, Romania, Turkey, Azerbaijan. A lot of great games, and always I think to myself, who's upsetting whom?
I know it's unbelievable, and I'm just looking at the matchups, and I already know that we're going to have a hard time choosing. Before we delve into the games, a couple of notable results from yesterday with the, we'll get to the most notable one in a second, but Austria defeating Germany, Ukraine only managing a tie against Cuba. Yeah, so we had some crazy stuff going on yesterday.
And Canada upsetting the Czech Republic on a paper. That's a pretty big deal. And Hungary being held to a draw by Mongolia. But the big upset of the day was a balanced Italian squad took down Norway, even though Norway actually outgunned them by rating on all 4 boards.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen only managing a draw against Italian number 1, Daniele Vocaturo. But the other boards, Jan Ludwig Hammer suffering a terrible loss, and Team Italy moving on to 3-0. But before we delve into the games, a quick look at what Team Norway is all about. The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hammer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hammer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded 3rd. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal. And we return with a wonderful bird's eye view of the other favorite, the main favorite, Team USA, headlined by Wesley So on board 1 and Levon Aronian on board 2, and Fabi already getting up from his chair. And that is the match that we will start with, Yasser, as the games have officially begun. And on the board in front of us is Wesley So against Jawahir Sundarov, one of the most enterprising and fun to watch young talents in the world.
Absolutely. Exciting match to be sure. And this is actually a kind of I want to say, interesting moment for White to just stop here. If we want to play a Grunfeld, I was about to say.
What was that, Yasser? Were you saying something?
I was about to say something, Danya, but I was going to say that sometimes I want to play a King's Indian, but I want to play a Samish. And I've seen people playing F2, F3 on move 3, right? To avoid the Grunfeld. And then I wanted to say, I've actually been seeing people playing Knight F3 and E3 in that kind of a move order, again, to avoid Grunfelds and commit their knight to C3. And then there's this crazy move that's being played of late, H4. I'm going to let you take over on this one. You're a King's Indian defense player, Danya. You've never been afraid of an early H4, have you?
The first time I saw this was in a game of my good friend Vladimir Fedoseev. And I would credit him with the popularization of this move. And we were on a call one time just talking about random stuff. And he mentioned to me, you should take a look at H4. It's not as crazy as it looks. The computer actually likes it. Vladimir, stop, as the Russian expression goes, hanging noodles on my neck. Like, stop telling me stuff that is false. And I look at it with an engine gives an edge for white. And it gives an edge for white no matter whether you play a King's Indian structure. You can try to repurpose this into a Benko gambit, with the logic being that white has this H4 move included. I mean, how bad can that be? White's better there too. So H4 is a very legitimate move. It's not just a gimmick that you play in one game. Gregorio Parin played it against Hikaru Nakamura in the FIDE Grand Prix and was winning in 20 moves. So the fact that Sindarov is thinking for as long as he is a pretty ominous sign for Sindarov fans, because he better have something prepared here.
Yeah, when you think about Wesley So too, I mean, a very, very, very underrated opening experts. To my mind, Wesley brings it in the opening. He knows his opening really well. When I kind of think of this as an authoritative stamp of approval, this move H2, H4. But on the other hand, I got to tell you, like, kind of throw my old dusty ECOs out the window, man.
Right.
Because I don't think the players of the past would have condemned the move. I mean, it's just remarkable.
Capablanca, imagine Capablanca watching this with us. There must be a transmission error. There's no way a Grandmaster played this move.
Modern chess, H4. Okay, as we're on the U.S. Teams, shall we just take a look at all the boards, see how we...
let's take a quick tour. Up? Okay, we can skip Levon Aronian's game. They're in a typical Italian, with Levon choosing to deploy his bishop to the more modest D7 square, a line that he has played so many times in the past. Now, this is deep theory.
Right. On
board 3, Fabiano Caruana choosing a London system, which is not something he plays every day.
No, not at all. It's remarkable to me how openings, Danya, come in and out of fashion. And at one time, the London system for black, got everybody's seal of approval because it was considered a good way of equalizing the game. But the London system as white was just kind of poo-pooed as like, a collie system, something, the lazy man's approach to the opening. And now I see dynamic players like Hikaru Nakamura for one, and there's a long line saying, hey, you know what? The London system's perfectly legit way of playing for an advantage.
And what's, to piggyback off of what you said, what's fascinating about the way that the London specifically has been popularized is that there's been this grassroots movement that has been led by the likes of Eric Rosen, who, has, and he didn't pay me to say this. I mean, we're good friends, right? But he's single-handedly been responsible for the London becoming cool again. It's no longer, as you said, the lazy man's open. It's what the cool kids play. And now it's what the cool grandmasters play.
Absolutely. And Eric, next time we meet, dinner's on you.
Yes, it is.
What else you got for us, then?
Okay, what else do I have for you?
As you're searching through the games, I want to give a big shout out to our audience. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. I'll be monitoring your stream chat through Twitch. Danya and I, we're going to do our very best to get to your questions, as well as the games that you might be persuading us to take a look at. So we'll be monitoring your chat. Apologies in advance if we can't get to all the games that you would like us to cover. But also, if you wouldn't mind making your search just kind of like the top 5, top 10 boards. It's very hard for us to make a search of every game in the whole Olympiad. So just keep those things in mind and just tell everybody where you're hanging out. That's really great for our sponsors, great for us, great for everybody. And we appreciate, once again, your being with us. You've got a really sharp position on the board.
Yeah.
What the heck is happening here?
This is vintage Sam Shanklin. Now, this was a Queen's Gambit decline, Carlsbad's system.
Okay.
But after Bishop G5, yes, or Bishop B4 by Sam, normally you see C6 automatically here.
Exactly. And as well as Bishop E7, but absolutely C6, 100%. Queen B3 trying to provoke Sam into playing the move C5, which he does.
DC
Right.
Knight C6. I'm always terrified of playing these positions for white. I always feel like black can score some 15 move victories here. Castles queenside on move 8. And Sam immediately responds with Queen A5.
Well, exactly, because I was going to say the desirable Bishop E6 is absolutely positively encouraging E4. And after maybe D4, I don't know, it looks like a reasonable move. I mean, I've got moves like Bishop C4, just bringing more pieces out. And I've got this very nice pin along the D file, which is really annoying, I think, for the second player. I understand the move Queen A5. You want to get off of this pin. But wait a minute, we just sacrificed one pawn. Now we're sacrificing a second pawn. I mean, can gambits for black work?
I mean,
what?
Again, if I had this position with white, though, I'd be absolutely terrified right now, especially when Sam Shanklin is blitzing on moves. I mean, I'm just, even thinking about knight takes d5 makes me quiver in my skin. And why exactly is it so bad?
Well,
probably because of takes,
Right. I would be worried about leaving my bishop on g5 kind of high and dry. I'm going to take the pawn on d5, all right, but I think I want to include bishop f6 first.
Okay, I'll take back.
And knight takes d5 now. Now here, I'm anticipating queen takes c5, getting one of the Peshkis back, right?
Okay, absolutely.
No other choice on that one. So king b1, I'm walking into bishop f5 check and bishop c2. Yeah, that looks terrifying.
And e4 doesn't help, actually, because if bishop takes e4 check.
Right.
And then amazingly, like if you block with the bishop, you give up your knight.
Right. Oh, hate that.
So that's out of the question. That means you have to play queen c2.
Right. And then I was thinking that if you trade queens, queen takes c2, king takes c2, bishop f5 check. I'm beginning to think that these pawn sacrifices are really good for black.
They're what the cool kids play now.
I mean, I'm like scratching my head. I like the initiative when I'm white. I'm not signing up for this, which makes me think that as every fiber of my body wants to take that pawn on d5, maybe I should pull back my horns a little bit and play some. Okay, after queen a5, bishop f6, gf6, maybe I have to play, dare I say it, modestly. How I play modestly.
That was the question I was going to ask. How exactly? I like the concept, but what exactly does that entail?
Yeah, it's not easy for me to play modestly. I mean, want to play ambitiously. Okay, let's put it on the board. E2, E3. No, knight F3. I gotta go with a developing move. Knight F3. Let's go.
I can get behind that. Well, my hand is playing bishop E6. There's nothing I can do about that.
Exactly.
This is just you have to play this.
Now let me take the pawn, because that means that any bishop f5 will come with a loss of a tempo, because you would have staggered step, right? Bishop e6 to bishop f5.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate sunk cost So, but I think I have to take on c5.
Okay. Queen drops back to c2.
And again, we have this end game.
Right.
So I think it's safe to predict that the likelihood of an endgame like this arising is quite high.
Yeah.
And if Sam is probably prepared 30 more. This is where Sam's preparation begins. This is where most of our preparation ends. But for Sam, what happened before this is pre-preparation.
Right.
You know,
and talk to our audience about this for a moment, Danya, is, there are people who prepare very, very deeply. And I mean, of course, all the top 10 players do, whether they be Fabiano or Magnus Carlsen or you name them. But there's something about Sam's prep that is, even deeper. I don't want to say a lot of people have shallow prep. That would be me, by the way. But Sam's prep seems to go beyond the usual, like where people say, yeah, this is good enough. Sam might go a little deeper. Will you support me on that? Or how do you feel about Sam's prep?
I will 100%. I mean, I don't want to reveal any trade secrets. I've watched Sam prepare.
Yeah.
Most people in the chat probably know this, but Sam and I are both from the Bay Area. So I've known him basically since he started playing chess,
since inception.
Was very late actually for modern times. I think he started around age 9. And Sam's always had an iron work ethic. I mean, the guy, he finishes the tournament. I'm playing bullet into the night. He's sitting there analyzing the openings from his games. I mean, Sam has improvement on his mind, and that's the only thing on his mind. And that carries over, I think, to his opening preparation. Like most people, you'll prep up to move 20. I'm satisfied the position's equal. No, Sam's going to spend another 2 hours analyzing that equal position so that when you actually get it, he's going to outplay, the bejesus out of you.
Wow.
And of course, the creativity's there, the versatility's there. Sam can basically play anything. Slav, Queen's Gambit declined, Grunfeld on occasion. You have no idea what he's going to play. And he just seems to know every opening equally. I've been impressed with Sam's openings for a while, and they've only gotten better as he's crossed 2,700.
That's a terrifying prospect. This idea that you're going to be playing somebody who's really, really ambidextrous, able to play all types of openings and defenses, and you've got to prepare against them. By the way, we're going to go on to Magnus's game in a moment. If you go back to that, to Sam's prep, and again, I'm not going to out prep Sam. That's just not happening. But in that final position, if we go bishop f6, g f6, rook takes d5, bishop e6, e2, e4. So I'm willing to sacrifice in exchange for 2 pawns, and I kind of messed up Black's king. Like Black's king may not feel that comfortable on either flank. Knee-jerk thoughts on this one. Am I cruising for a bruising?
I think you are, but I think both sides are cruising. That's a good expression. Knight d4, I was trying to make that work, but you have this nice little nook on c4 that you could slither into with your queen. What my first instinct is as
Castle?
Black is actually to castle kingside. Yeah, get
out
of the center. Get out of the center.
Yeah, and knight f3, and you're right. I mean, I just feel like White's king, material is material. But it just seems to me like White's king is maybe just more vulnerable than Black's king. I don't have many pieces over there towards what Black's king, whereas I'm on the open C file. And okay, great double pawn sacrifice by Black. Very rare for me to see Black making these types of gambits. And well, as you said, a 15 move miniature could await if somebody's not well prepared.
And I have to interrupt you. We already have apparently a result.
What?
Let those words settle in for a second. I wouldn't have cut to it were it not a very important match, but Matthew Cornett against Arjun Erigaisi appear to be repeating moves in a crazy theoretical line. Arjun has an hour and 38. This is the France-India 1 match.
An hour 38. You start with an hour 30, everybody.
I don't understand anything that happened in this game. There was a bishop e5 check, Sicilian. I understand that. Matthew with an early d4. You don't see that every day.
Right.
So they transpose into some sort of weird souped up Najdorf.
Wow. Okay.
So far, pretty normal. Knight c5, knight c3, d5. This is where things get a little crazy.
Okay.
Bishop g5, de, bishop e4.
Dang. Okay. So there's a queen takes d8 sighting. I get that.
Right. But knight takes g7 check.
Okay. Now
Head explosion. Please not at 2:50 a.m.
Yeah. Hey, alien chess.
Takes knight e4. So now you're trying to win back on f6, but this seems to prosaically fail to king e7. But that's where the f pawn advances, and you're trying to open that f file up. Crazy. King e6.
Of course.
Getting out of the pin. Get back into the pin.
Knight takes e4 is on tap for, gotta go back into the pin now.
Gotta go back into the no spin zone. Rook ad1, deploying the rook and preparing to invade d6, which is why Arjun plays a5.
Exactly.
To meet rook d6 with rook a6.
Right. Obvious.
Rook d5.
Rook
and
d5.
He still plays rook a6. The threat, of course, is rook takes e5 check, dislodging the king, and then snacking on that knight.
Sweet.
Bang, bang.
What? Rook e1?
One. Setting up a battery on the e file. This is ridiculous. h6, bishop h4.
Of course, maintaining the pin and just saying. So now he finally steps out of the pin.
Finally.
Take your rook. I'm going to take your knight. Do something.
Which he does. Chekovich move back into the pin, but hey, now the rook has to move back in a natural human draw. I don't think either side really prepared for this game. I don't think any of them really had anything on their laptops.
Exactly. Danya, I'll show you my homework if you show me yours.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That was what we would call a spectacular grandmaster draw, as opposed to the Berlin queen e5, queen d5 draw. Wow.
Modern chess, ladies and gentlemen. Modern chess.
Wow.
Modern chess.
Okay, cool. And we've got to pay our respects to Magnus. How is our world champion, who's coming off a draw, by the way, in round 3?
Yeah, and a very, very difficult grind out win against Georg Meyer a round before that. So Magnus is not going to have a single easy game, because two things to point out. First of all, these 2600s, these 2500 GMs, they're pretty good. Okay, fact one. Fact two, they're playing Magnus Carlsen. This might be the only chance. This is the only chance they'll ever get to play Magnus. Magnus is a big, fat red X on his back. Every single person who plays him wants to be the one who defeated Magnus Carlsen at the 2022 Olympiad.
No question about that. I emphasized that, I believe, with Arturs yesterday. I said, for me, what was incredibly phenomenal about the great successes of Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov during their reigns as world champions was how successful they were, because every time they played a lesser player, which was often, that lesser player came prepared with their ultimate weapon, the best of the best. Mm-hmm. They, as you were about to say, the opponents are so motivated. I wanted to beat Garry Kasparov with every fiber of my being, right? When I played the world champion, I really felt like, okay, this is my day in the sun. Mm-hmm. Carpe diem, seize the day. So despite the fact that people played their hardest against them, they were extraordinarily successful. Magnus has made no bones about it. He wants to be the first human player ever to cross 2,900. That's hard because he's got to score such a huge percentage to even maintain his rating, never mind gain rating.
Solid draw with black against 2650, -4.
Right?
God
Thank
forbid you lose to a strong season 2550 GM, -7.
Right?
I mean, imagine that weight that Magnus has. And I admire the fact that he's
Constant.
playing the Olympiad, especially after 2016, I think, where he
Right.
lost 2 games, left a bad taste in his mouth. Vichy Anand has also struggled in the Olympiad. So for Magnus to come back at his rating with his status, he doesn't have anything left to prove. But the fact that he's representing his country, putting his rating on the line, I think is something that we can all appreciate as chess fans. It's so awesome to watch him play.
No question about it. Coming and playing for the Norwegian team, as you say, asymmetric risks. You know, it's one thing when you're playing in the Sinkville Cup and everybody in the field is 2750 and maybe going a pat +3 is good enough for your rating. You put yourself in these Olympiads and like you say, you know, some 2,600 with preparation at the Yazoo.
Right.
You know, it's like, let's see you beat me from this position, Mr. World Champion. But wow, what do we have here? This goes in Bishop B4, E2, E3. I'm trying to think of when Magnus had this position and how does he play it as white?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of Magnus Rogozin
Right.
games for either side. It's a weird gap.
Right.
Because
exactly.
Magnus plays everything, so you would think that he'd have this position, but I can't tell if
Yeah.
it's that he doesn't. Does he play the Catalan, or is it that people don't play the Rogozin against him, and
Right.
perhaps Dan Basurin is about to find out why.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
it's very alarming to me that the Mongolian Grandmaster has already spent 18 minutes or so in this very theoretical position where you're supposed to know what to do if you're a Rogozin player. Now, I can tell you, Yasser, that Castle's kingside here, there's something about that move that seems off to me. I know it's crazy to talk about, castling on the 6th move as if it's a mistake, but
right. And I remember
something feels wrong.
I remember the World Championship match in 1993 between Nigel Short and Garry Kasparov, and they did a lot of work in the G5s, 94, C5s kind of complexes. And Nigel told me that he and Lubosh spent a good solid month working on these double-edged, super, super sharp positions. And, he kind of ran himself in circles, to maintain, all of the variations in his mind, because everything is on a tightrope, right? Like just one false slip and goodbye.
Yeah, and I'm old school in the sense that, this is basically if Magnus were to take on d5, you have a Carlsbad structure.
Right.
But this bishop on b4 is awkward.
That's why you can't play c6 with your bishop on b4. Whether you like it or not, you're playing c5.
Yeah, you've signed up, like you're going to summer camp. I don't care that you don't like sailing and swimming. Right. You play bishop b4, you got to follow up. But after castles, this smells.
Yeah.
This smells of a foul,
again,
distinctly Rogozin gone wrong odor.
Well, you've got these lines where you go bishop takes c3. I'm trying to remember them actually. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen a5. And you got this crazy idea of a quick knight e4, oftentimes with the move c5, c4 also involved. But my understanding is if you're going to go for this, don't include h6. Don't include h6 because the knight on, when you go, for example, I'll just put a move on the board. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
Rook c1. Rook c1. Great move. Wonderful move. c4.
c4, bishop f5, for example.
Yeah, bishop f5, knight e4. Now, if the bishop was on g5,
right, exactly.
It would be a little bit awkward for white to capture on e4 when the bishop on g5. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for highlighting that issue. So my understanding is if you're going to go for this line, don't include h6.
That's a great point. That's actually a super interesting insight. I knew that h6 was awkward, but I couldn't put my finger on why, and this makes a lot of sense. And if I had to make a guess, I actually feel, given the amount of time that black is spending, that Damasurin might end up going c6 and just accepting essentially a tempo down Carlsbad.
Exactly.
Because if the bishop will eventually have to move back to d6 or e7 if you do play c6.
Exactly.
But the big question now is whether Magnus will take on d5, because that is by no means forced. You could play queen c2, you could play bishop d3, you could keep the tension.
By the way, is it crazy to think that queen b3 and castles long for white would transpose into that Sam Shanklin game?
Right, yeah, c5, queen a5, yeah, some throw in bishop f6 gf, and you got yourself some Shanklin action.
Right, you walk down the aisle, you run across a game that's like 3 moves in front of your own game. You go, oh, yeah, okay, I should play it like that. Queen b3, castles long. All right, let's take a look at some of the other board games. What's happening on boards 2, 3? What matchups do we like? And again, a big shout out to our audience to propel us to look at some other favorites in this competition.
Well, what do you say we take a look at our top matchup between France and India 1?
Let's do it.
Can't go wrong with that, can we? And we have Jules Moussart on board 1, 2672, his rating, against none other than Pentala Hari Krishna. And where are the queens? They're gone.
Right.
Where is black's king queen side? It's also gone.
Confused expression. What happened here? White just kind of took whatever was on offer, it seems to be. Tongue-in-cheek, or maybe not so much tongue-in-cheek, as we were coming on our broadcast, going through all of our slides and profiles of video clips, what we're going to do. You said, and I quote you, it wouldn't surprise me if Team India's, that is to say, Team India A, B, and C, were to all medal. I was like, dang, they're that strong. And you said, yeah, they're that strong.
I mean, obviously, India 1 headlines the 3 teams, but if you even look at the makeup of India 3, you got Ganguly, you got Setaraman, you got people who are not just 26 life career 2600s, but people who've been either 2700 in their life, in the case of Ganguly, or in the case of someone like Setaraman, opening experts who can deliver an upset in any given game. But of course, once again, the headline team is India 1. Let's listen in to their profile. As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Hari Krishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. 1 board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but 1st place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal. right. And of course, Team India, incredibly high rated, great team chemistry, all the chances in the world to medal and all the hopes from the host country to medal. So right now in front of us, we have board one of France against India. We'll start against Hari Krishna. With one eye, I'm also looking at Fabiano Caruana's game, which is getting crazy. But maybe we can finish discussing this one and then move to Fabi's game.
Exactly. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to just say, Danya, I'm going to throw up my hands and say, somebody's done a lot of preparation, probably both players. And if you said to me that this was triple zeros, I'd want to kill you, but I know you're just the messenger.
Right. Triple zeros is exactly what it is. And it is apparently due to the move Rook A8.
Wow.
Now you might say, ooh, he's blundered a piece. No, he hasn't. Rook takes A5, and the lack of queenside development, the fact that the rook on A1 is hanging is hurting white. But wait a moment. I take. Okay, I assume you take. You never know these days. I mean,
I know exactly.
Some of these computer moves, like, don't make any assumptions.
Exactly. Now this is crazy because you're hitting both E7 and A5, but I have also this crazy move, Rook B8. So instead of capturing the bishop on B7, I don't know what to make out of this, Danya. I would just feel like I should go into this well prepared. I know I've got an opponent who's really prepared to the max.
I cannot for the life of me understand how this is triple zeros when it appears that white is simply a pawn up. I guess it has something to do with a well-timed knight C5, maybe knight D5. But we will leave the preparation to Hari Krishna. And this is on the board? This is on the board.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking in that line that you were just showing there for a moment, which was knight takes B7, rook takes E7, knight C5. Now, play along with me here, assuming that the D3 pawn is really that vital and you want to keep it, blah, blah, blah. You play D4, and I play knight E6. And that rook on E7 might feel a little, you know what I mean? You know, like
I know what you mean. Yeah,
rook
a little uncomfortable.
Rook B8, King F8. Oh, well, that's Bishop A3 business. Sorry about that. But okay, Knight D5, Knight F6. That is a potential repeat.
That is devilish. And by the way, all of this is happening, but after Knight C5, for that exact reason, Jules Mussard quickly responds with rook takes C7, Pentala takes on D3. And, you know, yes, I think white has a token advantage because of this pawn, but the fact that his kingside pawns have seen better days, coupled with the general passivity of his minor pieces, I think will give like just enough counterplay to secure a peaceful outcome.
Wow. Again, modern chess and the impact of chess engines, Danya. I look at this game, sorry to say to all the chess fans out there who have your beloved openings and defenses. Yes, I too, I like the Dragon Sicilian. But I'm beginning to say Bobby Fischer's Fischer Random make a comeback here because opening theory is devilish. Look at what we've been assaulted with, including our earliest draw. Our earliest draw of the round just was crazy.
And this is obviously a great strategy by Team India. They make quick draws of the black pieces, leaving Vidit and Narayanan to do the heavy lifting, and do the heavy lifting they are happy with because they have the white pieces. That's what you're supposed to do in an Olympiad. So for Laurent Fressinet and Maxime Lagarde, they have to bring their A game because the match is down essentially to those two boards, and we will keep an eye on them as the match progresses. But Yasser, I am itching to get to Fabiano Caruana's game. Can we take a look at that?
With pleasure.
Whoa. Can you blame me as we look at this position?
Yeah. In the words of somebody, it blowed up.
It blowed up indeed. What happened and how did it happen?
Okay.
Bishop F5, Bishop B5. This is
all standard stuff.
Queen B6. Anytime a queen appears on B6, whether it's Sam Shanklin's game or this game, crazy things happen. C4.
It's like a mirror reverse of of those games that we've actually been calling, you know, with Instead of Sam Shanklin's queen a4, by the way.
It's pawn
we-
a4.
Yeah, this pawn a4, bishop d3. Okay, just a second. That is, I just have to pause because, I mean, I'm looking at knight e5.
I'm looking at that too, and queen d4, and I have no desire to calculate this at this hour.
For me,
Or
by
any
the way, happy greetings, everybody. A nice morning, afternoon here in sunny Hilversum, Holland. I think you're in Frisco, so you're in a pathetic time zone.
And it's a sunny but very dark San Francisco.
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is make sure to, for this broadcast, tactics. I'm going to assault poor Danya.
Yo, hey, that's the best way to keep me alive here.
That might be it. 95.
Let's jump into the deep end.
Let's see it. Just for fun. Now, my idea, queen takes d4, is that eval bar is a killer. I'm thinking knight c6. Let's go.
Queen f4. No, the more I look at this, the more hopeless this looks.
I think knight e5 check, and there are issues all over the place, right? I mean, not the least of which is just the king. The black king is. There might be knight d2 takes c4 when the king walks on the d file. It's like walking the plank,
No, but
this knight takes f7. Yep.
Yeah, knight e5, knight f7, knight e5, knight c4.
Right.
The immediate knight c4 almost works, and I'm positive that there are other ways to squeeze a win out of this position.
Right. Agreed. You can't go queen takes d4. If queen takes d4 is a no-no, and I think that's fair to say it is, what the heck is black supposed to do? Is knight takes c4 is a huge threat.
It's a massive threat.
I have no time to play a6. Knight takes c4. Well, yeah, that would just be resigns. I'm sorry. Knight e5. Do I have to? Please.
He's played knight e5, and Noterbeck immediately responding with e6. So there's our answer.
Okay, good. Because I mean, just for half a heartbeat there, I'm thinking black's busted. I mean,
the game's over.
right. Okay, what else is happening? Okay, so e6.
And the idea is what exactly? Is it bishop d4 check?
Yes.
That okay. I come back.
Okay, we take on d2. Queen takes d2. Bishop takes c4. I don't want to lose a piece. Knight takes c4, and I don't know, queen d8 or c7, and I make a pretension that it's not so bad, and maybe it's not so bad. I don't know.
Well, at least you'll be able to castle. Anything else, you might lose a b7 pawn. The world might collapse, but at least black will be castling kingside.
Exactly. The end of the world is nigh, but you'll have a safe king. Okay, exactly. So that means that allowing bishop b4 check helps black complete his development more or less satisfactorily. Can we take a different approach? Knight takes d3. C takes d3, castles. So there's no bishop b4. And of course, I want to play knight c4 and get on with business.
Gobble, gobble.
Yep. All right, bishop e3.
I'm definitely not taking that one. I can assure you of that.
As my trainer Nikolai Minev would say, you're going to die with a full tummy.
Hey, I'm going to have a full tummy, but I don't want to die just yet.
Right. Queen.
My tummy is already full. I don't need any more pawns.
Right. Knight c4. Okay, that's right. I'm not feeling 100% groovy here. If my rook was on c1, knight e5 would be so impactful. Okay, rook c1.
Oh, you want to play it after bishop d6?
Yes. So then I could take on d6 and bishop c5.
Oh,
And,
the
and
skewer, beautiful line.
yeah, and then I'm kind of feeling like, okay, I sacrificed some pawns. By the way, very important to everybody on our broadcast to understand. I'm sacrificing Fabiano's pawns. These aren't my pawns. I'm just trying to look like a tactical genius sacrificing other people's pieces.
No, that's a super cool idea. And it's so hard to, once you see queen takes d4, the temptation is to stop calculating.
Right.
But, Mikhail Tal didn't live the life that he lived for people to stop calculating. Right. After a measly central pawn is taken off the board.
Never mind. Wow. Okay. Other games on the U.S. Squad. Should we just take a look at what's happening down yonder on board?
Yeah. Well, we got Wesley. We got Wesley on board 1 with that H4 King's Indian
transposed to a Benko.
And this is exactly what I'm saying. Black is just worse. I've analyzed this, and one of the biggest traps is you think, how could a Benko be bad with a pawn on h4? And it just is. And it's because of this move e3, which is what Stockfish is just screaming when you plug in any such position.
Wow.
Wesley grab. This does not win the bishop because of knight c3.
Right.
And Yasser, one of the problems, I distinctly remember analyzing this and thinking, I go knight e4. I've got such an initiative. And if memory serves me right, the simple knight ge2 holds everything together. Everything defends everything else.
Perfectly.
And if you can't do that, well, then you go bishop a6, but white trades, gets that knight out to e2 and asks, where is your compensation?
Which is crazy because once again, Benko Gambit players are thinking, I'll castle, I'll play d6, I'll play knight d7, I'll put my rook on b8. And instead of having your pawn on h3 like a normal human being, you put your pawn on h4 and that'll be good for black. The fact that this position is actually better or slightly better for white or whatever evaluation is, paradoxical. You gotta go, you're a Benko Gambit player and you see the white player playing h2, h4 as an inclusive move. You got to feel good about your game.
Yeah, your pupils expand,
Right. Yeah.
Saliva starts trickling down from the corner of your mouth.
Yeah, Pavlov's dogs. I'm very happy. And then you're suddenly like, why am I worse still? Damn. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so we got Aronian and Yakuboyev on board 2, and this was the Italian game, which started off very theoretically and very mainstream. Right.
And as you said, probably, how do I put this? I want to put it in the following way. When you think about people who play e5 as black, 1, e7, e5 against e2, e4, it's not that Levon Aronian has a lifetime of experience. It's like he's had 3 lifetimes of experience because he's such an exclusively e5 player. Like he's seen so many, I want to say Marshall Gambit positions, that it's absolutely impossible to surprise him. And when you play something like the Italian, he's sitting there going down his list of defenses. And one day he just has bishop e7. And you just know it's so hard to surprise Levon in his comfort zone that sometimes you just shake your head and say, I can't do it.
And I think e5 isn't even really one opening. I think it's an umbrella of openings. It's like the Germanic languages, Yeah. With whatever white chooses to throw at you, whether it's Ruy Lopez, Italian, Scotch, there's at the very least going to be 3 or 4 systems that are totally viable from an objective standpoint, all of which lead to fundamentally different types of positions. And the Italian is no exception. There's the bishop e7 line. You could put the bishop on c5. You could delay the development of the bishop. Now that's become popular. And Aronian has done everything 1,000 times. So as you said, you cannot throw a wrench into the works. I mean, like, he knows everything. And I think this position is a great illustration of that. Look at the clock and look at the board. I'm choosing black here. I don't know about you. I like Aronian's position.
Absolutely, this backward pawn on d3. What's not to like? And again, for those of you who are familiar with my broadcasts that I do on these events, I keep repeating myself time in and time out. What is the objective of the opening? The objective of the opening is 3 goals. You want your fair share of the center. You want effective development for your pieces. You want your pieces to be developed on effective squares. You want to save king. Look at it from white's point of view. Look at it from black's point of view. From white's point of view, knight on c4, queen on f3, rook on e1, pretty good. Fair share of center, that's a little bit disputable, but I just want to ask you what you're going to do with your bishop on c1 and your rook on a1 as it moved. King is safe, very, very good. But so is black's king. Black has maybe even a little bit more than his fair share of the center. Compare e5 and d3. And then finally, black's development is pretty easy. Queen d7, rook d1, and put pressure on the backward pawn. I'm thinking, if I'm black, sign me up. Sign me up. I'll agree to play this position. I think black has done a great job at achieving his 3 goals. And once again, what you're saying there is you're prepping for Levon Aronian today, right? You're going to play Levon Aronian. You're going to play white. It's very hard to guess exactly which system, but it's conceivable you might even have this position on the board. And if your computer says triple zeros, don't believe it.
No,
don't believe it. It's still a human drama after all, and I can see Levon having happiness. And finally, what happened in the Sam Shackland game?
All right. Well, that's the big question. How crazy is that position currently? Well, we don't have too many developments because Vakitov has settled into an epically long thing after bishop b, and he's just played king b1.
Right. He did play e2, e3, not going for those knight takes d5 or rook takes d5 variations. Then came, of course, bishop to e6. And now I'm assuming d5, d4 does not win because of knight d5.
Jeez, if he's playing this without preparation,
I would be
so terrified. I'd be terrified to play this with preparation.
Agreed wholeheartedly. So after d4, knight d5, let's pause for a minute here. That's a nasty pin, right? So I liked your castles long, Danya. That looked really good to me.
It looks juicy indeed. Now, white has a choice between e4 and bishop c4, the 2 main ways to defend the knight.
Right.
Now, typically you want to defend a pin piece with a pawn. That's the safest way of defending it. So let me go with e4.
I will immediately spank down f5 because I'm thinking to myself,
f3 takes f5 again.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, first of all, I'm undoubling double pawns, which is always nice, but that's not my primary reason for playing move f5. My primary reason for playing move f5 is if it provokes f3, that knight on g1 is crying, like, hey, what are you doing?
You ate my lunch.
That's my square, man.
Right.
I love those videos, by the way. I don't know if you like those videos. I love those videos with the dog. The dog, man, he comes into the living room and he's like, hey, wait a minute. There's a puppy sleeping in my bed. That's my bed. And the dog is like,
emphasizes ownership, like my square. Right.
And that f3 square is supposed to be reserved for the knight on g1. So I think we're going to have to go with bishop c4 on this one and not go with the e4. The bishop c4 has its own issues, Danya.
It does, because the knight is a lot less stable,
right?
Which renders possible the move queen takes c5. In fact, queen takes c5.
Threatening knight a5 possible? No, I don't know. Yes, queen takes, right?
And primarily bishop takes d5. And how does white extricate himself from this pickle? Is it time to go e4 now? Evalbar doesn't like it. I wonder whether there's a hidden... Is there a hidden reason? ED? I don't know. Then knight takes d4.
Maybe I can get away with that. E takes d4, knight takes d4. Rook takes d4 might walk into queen takes, knight f3, queen e4 check. I'm embarrassed by that check. Ooh.
But you can play queen takes b4, and by the skin of your teeth, bishop f5 check, king c1. And
Whoa.
had the knight on g1 been anywhere but g1, knight e2 would have been checkmate.
Oh.
But that's where you're happy you haven't developed yet.
Nice. Again, we talked about Sam's preparation, and he does catch a lot of people in his prep. And this is feeling like, I mean, okay, e3 takes d4 was just amazing. Knight d5, castles long, bishop c4. It just feels like it wouldn't shock me at all if something like knight e5 might not cause a very serious accident.
Jeez, this position. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
excuse me,
trying to navigate this 95, but I guess I can take b4.
Yeah, b4 is saying apologies. So it means bishop takes c5 with the threat of knight e5.
Gosh, black's position just looks so much more fun to play,
doesn't it?
Unless, no, I was going to propose something ridiculous.
By all means, propose away. What's ridiculous?
I thought for a second, I mean, can white take on f6? I guess white would be best advised here just to develop the knight to f3. That's my square. Before the pawn appears on f3, because clearly we've got a case of possessions not being properly apportioned.
Well, first of all, I have to admire your consideration for the move knight takes f6. The Pawn Grubbers Association appreciates its members.
Will it finally admit me as a new member? This is like an initiation ritual.
It's very good that you looked at that first. I wanted to say knight f3. You made your appearance on your homie square, but is knight e5 a decent answer? Again, I just trying to undermine this stupid knight on d5.
And if I take you, the pawns visit the orthodontist, and
right, they get
we're chilling.
Yeah, straighten. Get. I don't
Invisalign,
know.
Right.
Danya, it's too much good fun going on at the moment here as we continue our coverage of the Olympiad in round 4. But I think it's time for a break. Our first break of the sesh. How about you?
Indeed. I'm going to down some more espresso. What a fun beginning to the games here at the 44th Olympiad. This is the 4th round, and we will be back with more action on the other side of this short break.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Okay, welcome back to the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad. A look here at the highest rated women's team, Team Ukraine, facing off against a very strong Team Bulgaria. A pleasure bringing you the coverage alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, it's time for us to take a look at the top women's teams, and let us start from the game of Maria Muzychuk, the top board for Ukraine.
Exactly, former women's world champion.
Tongue twister.
Yeah,
Peter
easy for me
Pan,
to say.
pick a pipe of pickled peppers.
Yeah, right. 760 men sell seashells by the seashore. Okay, but Maria, reminding our viewers, she had a rough go in one of her earlier games from the tournament. She actually lost, getting checkmated, it looked like, an assault. What's going on in this game? It looks like Grunfeld defense.
Yeah, there's no other opening this could possibly be. And a big time advantage for the Bulgarian IM, Nurgul Salimova.
Yeah.
She played a relatively rare line with an early check on b5. But what's happening here? Neither side is castled. Weird stuff going on the queen side. Really weird stuff. Pawns are hanging. Heads will roll. And I guess the big question here for white is whether Salimova should prioritize castling or whether we should renew our dues in the Pawn Grubbers Anonymous Association.
Exactly. Gosh, tough choice, because, you know, we want both. We want to save king and we want to grab the pawn. Let's save king ourselves. Let's just get out of these bishop c3 And we do this because we reckon that any early captures on d5 is going to be met by a queen recapture.
Whoa.
And there are issues with the rook on a8. So
yeah, so she took on c6.
I
honestly find that hard to believe. Yeah, we might have to admit another member, Nurgul Salimova. She heard about it, and you didn't have to tell her twice.
All the cool kids hang out at the Pawn Grubbers benefit association. Yeah, okay, takes on c6. Take it away, Danya. What's the latest and greatest in opening theory? And was this a good move?
Well, the Eval bar doesn't think so. My intuition is throwing me a frown. This just doesn't look right, and I'm having a hard time putting my finger on why. Queen takes c3 is the move that I'm sort of.
That's the obvious one. Let's go with it. Queen takes c3, check.
Bishop d2,
queen c4. I don't want you to castle. This is why.
Maybe queen d3 is a little more accurate, so that you don't have queen e2.
Even better still. I'm happy to be corrected in this case. Queen d3. That stops queen e2, as you say, because of queen d1. And white might have regrets that her king's not safely tucked away on the g1 square. So this doesn't look right. So does it mean after queen c3 we have to do something as radical? No, queen d2. That can't be good.
Maybe that's what she has in mind.
Wrong.
It feels totally wrong.
Feel just wrong. Like what?
Wrong with a capital W.
My intention had been to go queen c4 earlier until you pointed out that queen d3 was actually a really cool move. Queen c4, queen e2, and to meet the move queen e2 with the move bishop e6, saying, hey, you want to trade queens? I'm willing to do it, but you got to do it on my terms.
Right, so that you can't castle afterward.
Precisely. And I just don't see any reasons why black isn't just like, sign me up for this one. This one looks easy.
Yeah, and we see Maria Muzichuk there on camera as she ponders her next move, and I feel like she's probably as surprised as we are that white didn't simply castle and just, castle first and solve all the other problems later.
Exactly.
But d takes c6 is on the board, and Maria with 43 minutes on her clock, but important to make the right decision here for black. It remains to be seen what exactly Nurgul Salimova has cooked up. And Bulgaria, go ahead, Yasser.
I'm curious. I'm very curious myself. I don't see it for white. I kind of feeling like I got issues to solve. By the way, our crack team, our crack production team in India has done a nice profile of the Ukrainian ladies teams. Shall we have a look at that profile?
Let's have a look. Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a medal for the first time since 2006.
A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
And Team Ukraine withstanding unbelievable adversity to make it to the Olympiad, where they will try to medal at a very, very difficult time. It is great to see the chess community coming together to support this wonderful team. Very, very strong team, and a team with high expectations. Yasser, another team with high expectations, of course, is India, headlined by Humpy Canero, the highest rated player in the entire tournament.
Absolutely. Humpy, really a superstar in her native country of India. And I have to say that, wow, all the photos I've been seeing of the playing hall, of the players, I'm seeing a lot of happy expressions, and the playing hall looks spacious, and you can see the players are not jowl to jowl, so to speak, or elbow to elbow, but they've got plenty of room, high ceilings. You know, sometimes if the ceiling is too low, you have this kind of claustrophobic feeling, but it really looks like a nice arena. I want to put it like that. Carpeting, very important because of the shoes and the noise it makes. So I just got to say hat tip to India. Let's take it away. What's happening in Canero's game? We've just seen this move c6, c5, and as we were coming on air, I stopped myself because I'm thinking c takes d5, and doesn't black have an issue here? Or am I missing something? Knight c4 is you're taking with the pawn. You're going.
Oh, you thought I'd take with the bishop.
I thought you were taking with a minor piece. I just didn't know which. And I saw knight c4, and I thought, ooh, white for choice. But okay, what's your take, Daniel?
Yeah, CD has been played, by the way. Somehow my instinct is to take with a pawn. I don't like this position for black. I mean, tons of pawn weaknesses. The f5 pawn sort of sticks out.
Exactly.
There's something yucky about black's entire construction. I would even contemplate a DC-BC and then just rook FD1. And white's position is loaded with energy and resources. Knight F4, Knight C4. Ugh, this can get real ugly.
Right? Yucky. I like that. Those you've been working with chess engines too much.
Right.
Those yucky positions, gotta avoid them.
Not those yucky positions. So maybe you're right. Maybe bishop d5 is to be preferred.
But like you said, just pawn weaknesses and square weaknesses. Knight c4, yeah.
But something how bad is this? Queen e7?
Yeah, that's the next question too. Is like, how bad is it? It has a look of a stone wall, maybe gone a little wrong, maybe not terribly wrong, but okay, if we, I don't know, take on d5, I'm assuming you take with a knight, something like queen b2, and I just kind of start to try to press maybe the c6 square on a good day, knight to e5, knight to c6. Don't know, but it just feels like white has more fun in this position. We'll see.
This is annoying. This is definitely annoying.
Yeah, those nagging little issues. By the way, for me, I don't know if you also agree with me, but for me, Canero is one of those players in the women's game that I think she plays strategically really well. I mean, I've seen her take down her opposition in some very smooth strategic channels. So
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Amazing positional player.
And by the way, I just want to once again give a shout out to each and every one of you who have joined Danya and I for today's broadcast. Thank you, first of all, so much for joining us. And by the way, keep us on our toes. If we are missing something, or we misstep, we overlook something, send it to us in chat, and we'll be happy to call it on ourselves. And also just tell your friends where you're hanging out. And if you've got any questions, Danya knows all the answers. You know, he may not share them with you, but he definitely knows the answers.
I know. So please do not hesitate.
Yeah, exactly.
Ask away.
Right.
So we will keep an eye on this headline matchup as India faces Hungary.
Wow. I'm told that Fabi's game yesterday is worse.
Whoa. Let's go back here to the Open. And I want to take a look at some of the other top matches. India, Poland. But before we do, now you've got my curiosity piqued.
Right? Because that was that crazy London position with knight e5, king rook c8. By the way, no handling the d4 pawn. That was a hot potato for black to swallow. So rook e6, queen f3, rook c8, right? That was the position on the board.
Queen f3 apparently was a mistake. We were contemplating two candidate moves, knight dc4, knight d3. It didn't occur to me that white had a third.
No, I was focused on knight d3, I must admit. Queen f3, rook c8. Why would
Fabi's had a dead end here, I guess. Hasn't he?
Wow.
I mean,
a little confused.
So I guess the first question is, okay, well, what if you take on c4 now? Why is the inclusion of these two moves so disastrous? This really is disastrous.
It is. It's that nasty move, bishop b4 check, which gives black the timing he needs to castle, complete his development, and safeguard his position. Yeah, bishop
I'm getting
c4.
dizzy just looking at this. Oh, and queen d4, and this is all over.
Yeah, that's not what you signed up for.
And by the way, that is the reason why queen f3 actually hurts white. It's because of the queen on d1. You can recapture with the queen. Here, you have to recapture with the king, something you obviously cannot afford. So that's out. That's out the window. No me gusta tampoco. Yeah, that's out the window.
Truly,
you got to do this,
right, and get out of Dodge. Oh, gosh, just like accepting the isolated queen pawn, huh?
Yeah, this is not impressive in the least. A6, for instance, and maybe just developing the bishop to b4.
I liked your a6, putting the question to the bishop as well. Yeah, well, thank you to chat for that. Very, very unusual to see Fabi misslip in the opening, and a very sharp one at that. Queen f3 looked attractive, but missed its mark, missed the target.
And all that preparation, Fabi now down on the clock. He's taken, I think, around 30 minutes on his next move, overlooking something. Maybe it was bishop b4 check. Maybe it was a detail in another line, but Fabi's going to have to bite the bullet and accept a worse position. This is a very unexpected and unsettling turn for Team USA as
no question
Noterbeck takes over the lead in his game against Fabiano. And we're going to keep an eye on this one. Fabi has to be very careful in the next couple of moves not to let this get even worse.
As we continue our coverage, as always, we're going to do our best to take a look at all the other teams. By the way, 12 minutes in the thinking on the current position. Let's just take a look as we've got this moment of Poland and Spain, Netherlands, some other really great teams out there as well. Where would you like to take us, Daniel?
So I will say that India 3 is facing off against Spain, and Ganguly and Alexei Shirov have already made a draw. So that's one match we can look at. Below them, yeah, I mean, another theoretical line. Poland against Romania, two sleeper teams. In Poland, I'm looking at this list: Duda, Wojciech, Piorun, and Wojciech Miranda. The lowest board is 26-36. This is not a team to mess with. lowest.
The lowest number. And Duda's appearance was a gobsmacker. Did you see that one, Danya? Queen takes G2.
Oh yeah, the last move of the game.
Yeah,
in the last round, I saw that. I just saw the final position. That was enough to tell me everything I needed to know.
Tummy turning. I felt Queen takes G2, a gobsmacker if ever there was one. As Duda made a very impressive landing. Now, how about Romania? Who's their lineup? And they're no easy marks on the Romanian squad, are there?
Not at all. And definitely Poland is the favorite, but Bogdan Daniel Dac, the young Romanian GM, close to 2,700. He's followed by Constantin Lupulescu, very experienced GM, Mircea Parlegras, another experienced GM, and on board for David Gavrilescu. He's an IM, but don't be fooled by his title. 25-25 is his rating, and many Grandmaster scalps he has scored. So not a team to trifle with either. And we're looking here at the top board, Duda against Dac. And a weird position here. Knight against bishop action.
Right.
What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm confused myself because this rook on c4, okay, obviously the bishop on a6 under pressure, but I'm anticipating rook to David 6. Let's just say
same.
Right, we just defend. Then I'm thinking to myself, I like my structure, I like everything, but what is my exact plan as white? I would just love to play the move queen c5, but you take yeah, that's not nice. And this
queen
rook
to Claire
on
5.
Yeah, this rook on c4 is really bothersome because it hits the knight. The knight's not moving because of the e4 pawn. And I'm not saying that f7, f5 is a threat or anything like that. I'm just saying, well, what am I doing with white? Am I going to go rook e1 and knight to d1 so that I can bring my knight to a beautiful square? Where exactly is my beautiful square? It's f5, but
f5, but
yeah. And then I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm missing a light square bishop, but I have a pawn on g3 as white. Could be troubles down the road, right? I mean, I just file these kind of things in my mind as saying, okay, I've got some problems here that I need to solve as white. And well, I'm not exactly feeling the advantage.
No, I think white is uncomfortable after rook d6. I mean, I've been staring at this position all this time.
Right.
And I cannot find a satisfactory move after rook d6. I mean, maybe, you do something as extreme as f3, but there's no going back from that.
Right.
And the kingside gods may not smile on you if you play a move like f3.
Right. Not very kindly, at least.
No.
So, yeah,
tough stuff.
Yeah, I just feel a little bit put off by this rook on c4 is really aggravating. Put the rook on c4 on the b6 square. Put the white knight on e3, and I'm warming up to white's position very much. This pawn on c7, it's a backward pawn. I know that I'm going to target that pawn with rooks to the c file. So something to keep our eye on here. Other games in this key matchup?
Well, I'm trying to find the most interesting one. On board 2, we have Radoslav Wojtaszek against Konstantin Lupulescu. They're in an end game. We don't have to spend too long on this one. I feel like the outcome of this game, we kind of know what it's going to be.
Pretty balanced, yeah. Lupulescu,
something tells me they'll split the point.
Yeah, Lupulescu, by the way, a stalwart player, a veteran player on the Romanian team. So he gives up first board to Diak. I watched Diak's game in the Bucharest Superbet tournaments, and he's up against the best of the best, right?
Right.
And he acquitted himself very, very decently.
Very well.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. You mentioned Spain and fire on board. Let's fire away. But you said already it was a draw?
Shurov's game is already a draw. Not too much fire there. But that's not to suggest we don't have fire on some of the other boards. One of the boards on which the key is in the ignition is Gupta against David Anton Guijarro, board 3. A very unusual position where Gupta has sacrificed the pawnskis, and he's got some serious initiative going on here.
Exactly.
maybe.
Yeah, then knight d5. Yeah, no, how are we dealing with this? I mean, first of all, a bishop on b4 is tethered, the queen, and so bishop takes f6, knight d, threatening to win a piece with the straightforward bishop f6, knight d5 4. Black has a lot to answer for. If do we have to play bishop d6, Danya?
Well, rook fd8 would achieve that aim, I think, as well.
Okay,
Of
fair.
yeah,
fair.
I'm between bishop d6 and rook fd8.
Okay,
Which
the
of
reason
those? I mean, rook fd8, bishop f6, of course, is a potential problem. Mhm.
Yeah, the reason I was kind of moving my bishop away more or less quickly because of that move. Exactly. Queen c2,
Yeah,
b3.
yeah.
So rook d8, bishop f6, g f6, queen b3. The bishop has to go. The knight's coming to d5.
Oh, get that out of my sight. Bishop d6. All right. You got me. Bishop d6. Stop it.
It's usually at these moments, by the way, that, and one more thing.
Right.
But it's those late night TV commercials. And wait, Danya,
But
there's
wait,
more.
there's more. There's more. Order it within the next hour, and you will get a
Right?
free. This is a $20 value, absolutely free.
Exactly.
Bishop d6
A
is definitely
chessboard,
the move.
a chessboard signed, a paper chessboard signed by Daniel Naroditsky
I
in a
know.
blue ink felt pen.
And you'll get the pen for free too. If
Right.
you order within the next 30 minutes.
Nice. Okay. Bishop d6. Take it away from here. Knight d5. Okay.
Actually, I mean, maybe white is best advised to still take on f6.
Okay. In this case, I'll take with the queen and I'll give back. Oh, e4 or b7. That's the problem.
Oh, God. It's like setting some pizza or pasta. I just don't know. I mean, my instinct is to take on b7. I feel like that's more exciting.
Okay.
I feel like that's more exciting.
All right.
And then rook d1.
Okay, rook c8 and bishop c5, and I'll try to make a pretense that the worst is behind me.
Yeah, I don't
Rook
think. I
c8.
think it just very well might be behind you. Queen a4,
Right.
bishop c5.
Yeah, exactly. And
That's a nice
okay,
move.
yeah, you can take on e4, but somehow I feel chances of a draw are pretty high in such cases. All right, let's continue our walk around the stage.
All right, so we have a couple other very interesting matches. I know a lot of people in the chat want to look at Anish Giri, and he is part of
Oh,
Team
yes.
Netherlands against Team Israel, who is
Ooh.
outrated, but very strong, very dynamic players. Avital Borokhovsky, Israel's board one, is he's an annoying player. He's good. He's aggressive. He plays uncompromising chess, and I think we see that here. A Philidor unrolled
Right.
by Anish Giri. Not something you see every day from Anish.
No, I mean,
Or ever.
one of the things that I really, really, really admire about Anish, and by the way, I've kind of watched him grow up and develop here in the Netherlands from a young boy of 13. I mean, at one moment, you know, he was playing the Petrov defense like a religion, and he did incredibly well with the Petrov defense. So much so, you know, he kind of almost seemed to dissuade white players who were habitual e4 players from playing into it. Then he realized that he was getting so good that people were making easy draws on the white side of Petrov, and he expanded his repertoire to include some really, really sharp Sicilians like Magnus Carlsen. He discovered that to keep his rating at some lofty 2700, 2750, you needed to win a lot of games with black, and his Sicilians really brought home some great points. And I remember, unfortunately for Fabiano fans, in the candidates, Fabi got destroyed on the white side of an open Sicilian by Anish to absolutely wreck his chances, Fabi's chances of becoming a challenger. So, I mean, the fact that, you know, he's a moving target and now playing the Philidor, My goodness, help me
Not-
out here.
Not hiding his intentions at all. I mean, the Philidor in the sort of modern treatment is, and I want to clarify one thing. Now, normally we
Please.
don't go back, but when I say the Philidor, you're referring to basically two things. The traditional Philidor is e4, e5, knight f3, d6, d4,
Exactly.
and e takes d4. It has not been totally discredited, but there's no debate. White is clearly better, essentially no matter where he puts his pieces. But the modern Philidor is d6. I think this might actually be called the lion, or the lion is when you play knight bd7. But
Yes.
this is the modern treatment of the Philidor. This is a far more resilient, versatile opening, and White has a far more difficult job proving an advantage here. This is a very, very underrated system, and I can recommend it to players who want to, give themselves a serious chance at fighting for a win every time.
Yeah, and well, in America, of course, so many of our tournaments are open tournaments. You got to win when you're black, and
Yes.
you got to score 80, 90% in those open events. So something to think about. Now we got this position, and I noticed that White's last move was bishop on e3 to f2, just kind of avoiding knight takes e4 and the knight protecting the knight on h4 essentially. Break down the strategies of the players. Why is the bishop on f1? Why isn't the bishop on c4, the Bobby Fischer bishop, where it would be pressing f7? What's it doing on f1, Barry?
Well, I think that the reason has to do with the sort of porcupine pawns that are, a lot more dangerous than they may look. If the bishop is on c4, you're often walking right into b5 and then b4, and White has to keep a hawk eye on the status of his center because it's so easy to lose control of the game. The moment Black's pawn appears on b4, your knight has to move, and it's a chain reaction. You lose e4, f2 starts hanging, everything starts collapsing at the seams. So most important thing for White is to keep the e4 and f4 pawns well protected. And by keeping these bishops a little bit further back, White is leaving the center open for other operations. So you can think about moves like knight f5. There's typical developing moves like queen d2 and rook a d1 that can be played. But the reason I like Black's position is not only because Anish is a clear plan of preparing b5, and you would probably have to develop the bishop first, but also because as weak as these pawns may appear, they're all pretty darn well defended. I mean, the bishop on f8 protects d6. C6 and b6 are largely inaccessible to the white pieces. And I've seen a lot of players on the white side of such position just end up getting into severe time pressure because they just don't know exactly how to arrange their pieces because there aren't any easy targets.
So it's a slow and steady advance by Black. Bishop b7, b6, b5, b4, attacking the e4 pawn. And slowly, it's like this insidious things that are attacking the pawn on e4. I get that. White put his knight on h4 with purpose, right? Apparently he wants to go to f5, and he wants to go queen to d4 and rook to d1, and in the mortal words of somebody, gift me the pawn on d6.
Yeah, that is not a pawn Black can afford to lose.
Exactly. That's your Philidor pawn, and you're in deep trouble if that's happened. So just outlining White strategies: hit the pawn on d6. Black strategy: complete your development, play b4, b5, b4, b6, b5, b4, and take the pawn on e4. And remarkably enough, it's pretty double-edged dynamic, even if it's a slow burn.
Yeah, but the kids would look at the eval bar 0.00.
I know. And
draw.
Boring. Get out of here.
Boring draw, yeah.
No, but it's actually a rich strategic position. What else you got for us? How's Jordy doing?
How's Jordan Van Forest? Always promises an interesting game, phenomenal opening preparation. And he is playing, Tanir Nabati. Oh my God. Okay, let's just adjust our eyes to this position. There's a lot going on. Black has just pushed the pawn to d4. That was the last move.
For some strange reason, I mean, I see this position and it's like I made a connection. It's a bad connection. The connection I made was a game that Viswanathan Anand recently lost as white, where he went queen on d3 to b5.
Oh, yeah, I can
And
totally see how your brain works here.
And he didn't even wait for queen takes f3 and knight on g6 to h4 mate by his opponent. He just resigned after playing queen b5. That was quite the shock. And by the way, just on that note, let me just throw in this as a consideration. The consideration is we've been talking about Team India's 3 great teams in the Open and how incredibly strong and scary they are. And Vishy is the ambassador in residence.
Right.
He could be leading any one of those 3 teams. And it was like, you're Viswanathan Anand and you're playing. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, we've just seen the move d5, d4, Danya. We've got the darkness in our eyes is adjusted. We realize Black is missing an f7 pawn, which is a good thing. It means that we're not down a pawn as white. What's happening?
Well, I mean, from Black's perspective, I can't really tell whose pieces are flimsy or who's attacking who. It certainly appears visually the Black's king is a lot safer, but that doesn't mean it's immune to a wayward check on c4.
Right.
That could be quite nasty. Of course, the ball is in White's court.
Right.
No question about that. You know, White's got control of the ball. And the question that White has to resolve right now is what to do about this pawn on d4. Do you take it? Do you ignore? Or do you push forward with c4? And I don't think this is an obvious, the answer to this question is not obvious.
Exactly. So for example, I'm one of those players, I kind of think of trades. I trade my knight for your knight, right? And it's a fair and equitable trade. So oftentimes I'm trying to make a trade, whatever trade I'm trying to make, I try to make my trade on my terms. Like if we're going to make a queen trade, I want you to develop me or help me control a square. So I want to avoid making trades that might help you. So in this particular case, you know, my immediate thought is queen c4 check and rook e6. That knight on c6 is unprotected, right? But of course, queen c4 check, rook e6 hangs my knight on f3. Oops, bad thing. Your knight on c6 is not defended. So I'm thinking, if I take on d4 and you recapture with the knight, I'm kind of helping my opponent because the knight's undefended and now suddenly it is defended and I didn't benefit. So I'm thinking White might start with the move rook e4. So what's the idea of rook e4? Well, the idea is kind of obvious. I want to go like queen d4. If you take on c3, I kind of want to go queen d5 check and rook f4 and, you know, take it, or rook f4 first. I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to do this. And again, I'm trying to win the knight on c6 that is unprotected, right? So kick your queen away. A dream would be queen d6, double question mark. And then, you know, my full genius of rook f8 and queen d5. And so those kinds of things are what go through my mind in these particular moments, because you were saying that White has a key moment that he's got to solve something and do something right here, right now, if he's going to get any advantage or not.
Yeah, it's a big moment, and Jordan is down to 43 minutes. And this knight on f3 is obviously bothersome. That's something that he has to keep in mind. I like this idea to play against the knight on c6 and exploit the open a to g8 diagonal.
Right.
We'll see if Jordan can come up with something along the lines of rook e4. I was also thinking on a very similar note, the crazy knight h4.
Ooh.
Just getting just get out of f3. The only point of this move is to put the knight on a defended square. And again, the dream would be DC, queen d5 check, and rook e6.
Exactly. And there you go.
Now I think it works.
yeah, now you can at last exploit the undefended knight on c6. Knight h4, it's funny that you should be reaching over to that neck of the wood, so to speak, because a lot of natural attacking players, great. I'm not really in that mindset. I'm much more of a strategic player. But if you had reached for your h3 pawn and wanted to play h4, I'm kind of sympathetic. And why? Because of the pawn shield. If you look at Black's pawn shield, it's been compromised. The f7 pawn is missing. Black's king is slightly more vulnerable. And if I could take off the h6 pawn and the g4 pawn, I could go knight g5 and potentially cause an accident. So, I mean, a gifted attacker might look at h4. I'm not in that camp. I just want to
now
say.
that you mentioned it, though, yeah, one would do well to consider h4.
Right.
One would do well to consider this move.
Well, here it comes. Are you ready for this? This would be really crazy. So rook e4, rook e4, a bad pass move for Black, a terrible move. a5.
Okay, pass.
Pass, bad move, g5. Not even take, yeah, and rook g4.
Oh, you managed to get your rook there.
Yeah, so I could play knight g5 like an idiot.
Wow, queen h7. Everything comes together perfectly.
Harmony, that's all we strive for, cosmic harmony. All
Thunderous applause by the audience.
Thank you very much. We're having too much fun on this one. What's happening on the remaining boards of this nice Israel versus Netherlands matchup?
We got Ilya Smirin on board 3 against opening specialist Erwin Lamy.
Again,
Ilya. Erwin, what have you done?
Ilya Smirin, a very veteran member of the Israeli teams. She's been playing for so many years. By the way, I love White's position.
For a moment I was like, Black must be up, because when you see this position, it's generally because Black is up a pawn.
Right.
So Black has something to suffer for. No, material is equal. Black just is saddled with these horrific, nightmarish, especially the pawn on c6.
Totally.
And his pieces are worse. This position's awful. And we're only 18 moves in. Erwin, is his noted opening specialist, doesn't get these kinds of positions every day. 18 moves in. And Ilya Smirin, he's got to capitalize on this. And what's the best way to do that? Is it to trade queens and go rook dc1? Or do you insist on keeping the queens on the board with e4? Big decision to be made here.
Well, once again, it's one of those things. When I go to the marketplace, I'm going to trade queens. I'm looking for a favorable trade in my favor. I'm messing up your pawns. I don't think it's a terrible strategy to double the pawns. But on the other hand, I'm thinking that e6 pawn does control a d5 square. It's a long, long way down the road. But I've got it in my mind that one day I'm going to play rook to the 5th rank. And I want to hit the pawns on a5 and f5. So yeah, I'm in the trade on f5, rook c1, and White has the fun. By the way, you started in your introduction to say Erwin Lamy, the opening specialist. He's playing alongside his boss, Anish Giri, and this is not a good look for the resume.
No, Anish.
Dude, you're going to be teaching me what kind of openings? Get out of here. This was crap.
Anish is probably making the Michaela Moroni not impressed face right now.
Not good, not good. Last board for Israel, Netherlands. We've got Max. Who do we got?
Wamadam against Rajstein. 12 moves in, 30 minutes for Maxime. Whoa.
I understand the term slow play, but isn't it?
Geez, you take that to a whole different level.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. What?
And it's a pretty normal position. It's not, there are no three-headed monsters crawling across the board that would, necessitate
No.
spending an hour.
True
Now,
that.
this is sort of a classic setup where, you generally see white trying to push f4
Exactly.
at all costs. And, black plays on the queen side and in the center. And that's what Rothstein has done. He's pushed b5. He's, crossed his T's and dotted his I's. As black in such positions, I always struggle because I do all of the stuff that the doctor tells me to do. I take my vitamins and drink my 8 glasses of water. But what do you do then? Your knight's on d4. Congrats.
Right.
Where to from here?
Exactly. And I like these Botvinnik pawn triangles, the D3, E4, C4 constructions. I often got them from a lot of Englishes. And especially when the knight is on E2 as opposed to F4, knight on E2 just makes it so much easier for white to get in that desired break F2, F4. And, you kind of like push your opponent off the board. Black has to time his counterplay very carefully. With the pawn on C6, you might be tempted to go bishop to E6 and D6, D5. But oftentimes you don't get the reward that you are hoping for in that. The bishop on G2 does good defensive job on the king on H1, but the bishop on G2, quite frankly, its view is hampered. When you do get into break D6, D5, there's a lot of celebrations for lots of pieces, including the bishop on G2. Don't forget that you are awakening the potential. Sleeping giant sounds a little hyperbole, but yeah, that bishop on G2 could wake up. So double-edged position. Let's jump, if you don't mind, to the USA once again, because USA in the first 3 rounds are not hitting all cylinders. I think we can both agree.
We can definitely agree. And I mean, winning by the narrowest of margins against Team Paraguay in a match that really could have gone either way. I mean, Sam Shankland was struggling mightily.
True.
One little mistake in that end game, and he could have lost that. So, Team USA took them a while to kind of wake up, and today they're encountering some difficulties as well. We know that Fabi is worse, but maybe we can start with some of the other games,
please,
that we haven't checked into in some time with Wesley So.
That was the Benko Gambit, the early H2, H4, and the consternation that that black players face, thinking, I'm playing a Benko Gambit with the white playing H2, H4, wasting the tempo. Why am I just
22
better?
minutes too. Oof.
Why am I just better? By the way, E7, E6, that's a very, how do I put it best? Like a very committal decision. If you play a Benko Gambit with D7, D6, and then put the rook on B8, everybody understands what you're doing. When you put the pawn on E6, you're giving white these opportunities of playing D5 takes E6 and completely changing the nature of the position. It's no longer the strategic fight on the queen side. So I'm not, I like Wesley's position.
I would go so far as to say that black is, I don't want to say the L word just yet, but it's getting there, especially given the time situation. Staggering at 20. Wesley has an hour 6, and black has 21 minutes for 24 moves.
That speaks volume. I wanted to say against this capture on D5, I'm seeing
knight F4.
Knight F4, and
Isn't
I'm
it
like,
over?
Yeah, like, wow, what did you say? Your pupils dilated? Dilating
pupils, saliva,
right, gnashing of teeth.
Exactly. No, this is a complete and total unmitigated disaster, because after, with or without the queen trade, that doesn't matter. White's going to take D5. And if black had been a pawn up here, maybe we'd still have a conversation. White's going to be a pawn up and dominate on every side of the board.
Exactly.
+3, if anything, it might be an understatement in an endgame like this.
Right.
Sindarov just never got off the ground here. a
Precisely.
sensible decision to go into the Benko position. But Wesley, he had done his homework. You can tell that it's the combination of a positional wizard, but not just a positional wizard, but someone who's also prepared this line deeply and knows all of the ideas. That is a fearsome combination.
Truly. And again, Wesley, top player in the world, top 10, top 5. He is underrated as an opening expert, probably because he's so soft-spoken. I mean, he doesn't come across as some boastful, like, today I got my preparation in and I crushed my opponent. No, I got lucky. I had prepared this for somebody else.
Right. And then 2 years down the line,
it works out on occasion, like today. I'm so happy about,
Right. No, you're exactly right.
Yeah. After some massive yawn, you go,
Right.
Wesley, that was a great win. You goes, oh, thank you very much. But no,
again, there was a lot of luck, and
yeah, he's looking good here. Continue. We did see a little bit of Sam, and we did see a little bit of Fably.
Oh my God, Sam! Ooh.
Sam,
Look at Sam's last move. Bishop takes e3. A little discovery action.
That's a visual.
Huh.
Dang.
Bishop takes c3. Mic drop.
Right.
F takes c3. Bishop d5. Bishop c4.
That's the bailout I'm looking at. I'm just saying, like, I want out of here.
No, Vakirov has to be thinking about something like that.
Exactly. The pawn on e3 is compromised, but so is the pawns on f7 and f6. Is there any other thing that I could do? I might be more attracted to rook takes d5.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. And then I guess the question is, can I sneak in bishop c4 anyway?
That would be okay. You're inviting me. Knight b4, bishop f.
Yeah, but I can always just sack my exchange back on d5 and
Yes,
live happily ever after.
Ooh, no, I went there. I went somewhere in a very dark space for just a moment. I'll share it with everybody. Bishop f5 check.
Okay.
King a1, knight b4, rook takes d5, queen takes a2.
We're on the same page, partner.
It's not made. No,
okay, draw. No.
No.
King escapes to c1.
It's not made and it's not a perpet. Sorry about that, everybody.
But the pattern almost always, you're used to this pattern working. They're used to being a knight just magically appearing on b1.
Exactly.
Or
exactly.
The kindling just not there to start the fire. But this actually, I think, is very likely to end in a draw. I think we might see one of these bailouts with the bishops getting traded, and when the board is this wide open, there's a high probability of heavy piece trades down the D file. So 30 minutes for Vakirov as he takes on e3, and indeed, Sam takes with the bishop c4 on the board, and yeah, I'm going to give this over a 50% chance of ending with a 50% split for the players.
I apologize, Danya. Could you put the knight back on d5 and the bishop on c5 for just a second?
Sure thing.
Mind? Yeah, and we go knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to play bishop c4, aren't you? And we go b5.
Wait, bishop c4. I think there's bishop f5 check.
Oh, apologies. So
actually,
knight b4 is going to provoke e4 in that case.
Yes, e4 is, I believe, the move.
Okay, just let this settle in for just a second, because f2 is hanging in this case. So I'm not feeling like I'm a real ever gonna, like, if I make a move like, I don't know, king b8, you're probably gonna play a3. I can take on d5, bishop f5 check, and still play bishop f2. So I don't think I'm risking anything. What I'm trying to do is take advantage of the moment with a king on c8. I would love to play f5. I mean, I want to I want to blow this knight on d5 out of the center, but I think a3 just saved.
And it feels a smidge too slow after a3.
Okay,
Just a smidge.
just hang with me for just a moment. The knight drops back to c6. You attack me, I retreat. I got you. But I've included the move f5 and a3. Yes, no, no, yes, no, yes. What do you think of them apples? Is it
Bishop d3 maybe?
an overreach? What? Ooh.
No, that's I was it takes f5. I thought 97 check, but
Nice.
But I agree. I mean, this was probably worth investigating maybe a little bit more carefully for Sam.
Only because it crossed my mind. What Sam did with Bishop e3, perfectly okay. Not only perfectly okay, I would be shocked if we still aren't in Sam's preparation. How about you?
Right. It hasn't started yet. This is still the prelude. This is still the appetizer. You know, this is the fried calamari portion.
Oh,
The steaks are coming out soon. No, but this is going to be a draw.
agreed.
This is going to be a draw.
And
Who else do
finally,
we have?
Fabi just we left Fabi's position. We thought that he had misstepped with the move Queen f3. We thought he was worse.
Ooh,
And it looks to be the case.
this is giving me like Karpov Korchnoi vibes from that famous IQP game.
1981 Murano. Beautiful game by Talia. And for me, I was a second along with Michael Steen, Lev Gutman, Leonid Shamkovich.
Wow.
We had a nice team of seconds helping Victor. And yeah, it was not a pretty sight. Murano, Victor just was not in the great form, and he suffered. He suffered.
Fabi will suffer here for the rest of the game.
Just one more top match. Your pick before we'll go on a break. Just one more top match. Give me.
Well, let's complete the USA tour maybe with the Iranians game.
By all means.
And then we will continue touring some of the top boards. We'll look at Azerbaijan and some of the other top teams on the other side of the break. But a very quick look at Iranians game. Mm-hmm.
Quick question for you, Danya, because Archers and we were having a lot of fun in our 3 days together commentary. He said bathtub pawn structure. He called it a pawn structure.
Yeah, bathtub formation.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, bathtub formation. I've heard that.
And you knew it.
Yeah,
knew it.
I've used it. I've used it in some of my videos. Yeah.
Turkey butt. I had no idea that you were in the know. Where did that come from for you? When did you first realize it was? I didn't know it was a thing.
I distinctly remember somebody using it, and I never knew I didn't know what it was. I think it might have been Hess. It was definitely a GM.
Okay.
And I was like, well, that's pretty nifty, and I could totally see because I have a pet. I hate how some things are named after something that they have absolutely no resemblance to. Like, no, exactly. I cannot understand how this looks like a 3-headed dragon. Right. In this case, the actual bathtub formation, I think, is if white had a pawn on e4, then the pawns that I've delineated with the orange arrows, like the raised edges, and you've got the bottom, right? So you can kind of understand where it comes from.
Well, I think that if you put the pawn on d3 on the square d4, then it's a4. B3, C3, D4. And
yes, sorry, that is the actual one.
That's your bathtub, and I I've been around, Danya. There are things I have seen. Right. And the bathtub, man. Old dog teaching old dogs new tricks, you youngsters. What do you think of Lev's position?
What do I think of Lev's position? Well, Team USA is ahead on the clock in every game but Fabi's. I think it remains sort of quote unquote equal in the sense that objectively, I can see the Evolvar is throwing us more zeros. Sure. It's been throwing us zeros all day long.
True.
But still, I mean, these pawns are flimsy. Maybe Levon will get his rook to e7. I feel like he's got a shot at taking the initiative over here.
I feel the same way too. I like this doubling on the E file, the ability to play E5 takes F4 at your discretion, and the B3, the bathtub, until the pawn gets to D4. As long as that pawn stays on D3, the bathtub is leaky.
Yeah, it is leaky. And
All
Levon
right.
will continue massaging and nurturing his tiny advantage here. We'll keep an eye on this game as he does that. But it is time for our second break of the day, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the 44th Olympiad. It is round 4, and the games are entering the middle game. You will not want to miss the rest of this round. We will be back with more Olympiad action in just a couple of minutes. With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites.
Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Back we are at the 44th Olympiad and a look at the spacious playing hall. By all accounts, the tournament has been organized impeccably. The organizers in Chennai deserve kudos as we see the players hard at work. And we have been hard at work bringing you coverage of round 4. Daniel Nerditsky and Yasser Seirawan reporting live. Well, yeah. Does that even make sense? I think it does.
Back we are. Are you Danya or Yoda?
You know what I got that? You want to hear where I got that from?
Please.
I was watching Jeopardy yesterday, some old Jeopardy episodes, and Alex Trebek, who I miss, he would say,
as do we
right you are, which is,
right,
I think, a pretty nifty way of
right
varying the way that you tell somebody that they're right. Right you are. So I thought, what if I say back we are?
Well, you definitely got me. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Danya and Yaz show. It's always a pleasure working the mic with you, Danya. Big games here in round 4, most definitely. But you know me, I'm a fanboy. You got to give me my hour a day of Magnus so I can sleep well at night. How's Magnus?
You're preaching to the choir. Magnus is doing mighty well.
Mighty well. Okay. Right, you are.
By the way, right, I was. The black ended up. Where is that C pawn? I don't see anything on C5. I see a miserable little peon on C6.
And
the only thing the black is relying on here is the weakness of White's d4 pawn, but from the perspective of piece placement, gosh, does Magnus's position look juicy here.
My spidey senses are tingling here.
Oh,
yes, Bishop h7 check, and I'm starting to feel the groove. Now, does that mean that we can bite on c6 or f7? I mean,
well, we definitely can bite on c6. You can also play a move like rook 8. My instinct here, to be honest, is to play rook a d1. Just bring all the toys to the nursery party.
I always say, make sure invite everybody to the party. I love rook a d1. Whoa.
Okay, my eyes are widening. The dilation of the pupils is starting after knight takes d4.
Queen c4.
Oh no, I was thinking takes. It doesn't quite work though. Just bear with me. I was hoping for a way to distract the black queen. I got excited about this move because I thought, hey, you're threatening mate, and if you take the queen, try this on for size.
Sweet.
Unfortunately, black has the simple bishop takes c5. Wait, no, he doesn't. Because here you take and check on d6. Sweet. Oh, but the move is rook takes c5.
Oh.
Ain't that a shame?
Party. Ain't that a shame indeed? Party pooper.
Only move.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
damn it.
Dang.
Okay, but all of that is totally unnecessary because queen c4 wins.
Exactly. But boy, it was a thrill.
Or I guess it doesn't win either.
What?
Jeez, what's the move? Oh, queen c4, there's bishop takes c5 with knight f3 in the end, I think.
Right, you are. Oh,
queen e4 is the move. Because it also stops c5. Pinning, winning.
Got it. Oh, that's a visual too, by the way. Because even though you're walking to a pin, you're pinning the pawn on c6. So no knight d4 against rook d1. Okay, that's good news. So what on earth is black to do in that position when knight f7 is on tap and knight c6? By the way, the move knight f7, which is a kind of a silly move, the combination of knight f7, bishop g6, bishop takes e8, and exploiting the e file, if you're going to try to exploit the knight on e6, then the move rook on a1 to d1 isn't the move to do that, right? So that was the only reason I would have been suspect that maybe rook on a1 to d1 isn't the killer lamb chop that we want. So knight takes, king takes, bishop check, king take.
King g8. Maybe king f8 should be, but anyways, takes.
Queen c4.
Bishop c8.
Yeah, you're hanging on. I'm not sure.
By the skin of skin, the
D5?
tiny skin of my teeth. Yeah.
d5. Rook on a8 still vulnerable.
Takes. Bishop d7 trying to consolidate.
Right.
Ooh, there's rook d1, and if rook d8, there's bishop c7 action.
Yes.
Oh, but then the line doesn't end there. I go bishop c. No, I don't go bishop c6. I go. Where do I go? Is there a move here?
Why is the bar saying equal?
It's driving me crazy. Rook c8,
the knight can't move. The knight can't move. That's just no.
It's this. It's just rook c8. Oh my lands! Queen d7, rook d7, rook c7, and somehow the minor pieces live to fight another day.
Just holding the rooks at bay. What a sequence, by the way. And then again, I mean,
amazing.
I'm the pawn grubber society. I've just got to talk to the benefits of being a pawn up. I'm mundane. I mean, I go bishop h7 check, sure, and I go knight takes c6. Help me out here. On a good day, if you go like queen d7, I go d5, and go rook d1 and bishop d6. Aren't I styling?
Yeah, but I'm skeptical. I'm a hard sell. What if I go queen d5? I assume you wanted bishop e4.
Your assumption was
And
correct.
is there this? Knight takes d4.
You know, you're going to go off my Christmas list if this works. Bishop takes and bishop d6 just drives you back to g8.
Yep, still have that square.
That doesn't impress. Knight takes, rook takes e4,
Oh.
especially doesn't impress.
I
don't
think
want- I'm
black
not
survives this.
Okay, good. Okay, well, some of the things that make me really, really happy as a chess player, like really happy, profoundly happy, is I'm given a position and there are a lot of things I want to do. I want to play knight takes c6. And then I make a calculation like we just calculated, and I come to the firm realization it's a bad idea to play knight c6. And I feel so happy. It's sort of like, good, that's gone. That's now out of my
The urge is gone.
Yeah, now I start calculating the next moves. Rook d1 and knight f7. And when I've done my calculations and I've reached, fully confident, I play rook on a1, grab the rook with purpose, put it on d1, press the clock, and I don't hover.
Right, you are
And
safe in the assurance that is the best move.
I don't look at the rook as if, I've inadvertently blundered,
Right.
And I play I play the move with the confidence and swagger that world champions should play their moves.
Yeah, Carlsen, I had the pleasure and honor of facing Magnus in Blitz tournament during the candidates.
Mhm.
And, obviously I was nervous, but worse is that I was knocking over pieces, and I had never been more conscious of the way that I actually move pieces. Like every movement of the piece, that's awkward. Magnus probably thinks I'm a fool. And every time I knocked over a piece, which was often because my hands were shaking, I just did the embarrassment that, world champion has to see me picking up pieces, and his movements just seemed so smooth in comparison.
Right.
I was totally all in my head, obviously, but I'm a fanboy and I'm proud of it.
Exactly. And when I was a young boy, I was 15 years old, and I went from Seattle, Washington, to Vancouver, BC, British Columbia, and there was the BC Open, the British Columbia Open, and there was playing Paul Keres.
Whoa, you saw Keres?
Yes, I saw Paul Keres, and I went to this event, and I couldn't play. It was like a 2-week long event, unfortunately. I had school, but I had a weekend, and I went, and I was like an eagle, just looking at Paul Keres the whole time. And Paul was really a gentleman. He was always very, very nicely dressed, and he made his moves with such clear determination. The knight went from G1 to F3. It was center square. The knight was placed in such a way that there was no ambiguity. It was in the center of the square. He released and he pressed the clock with this gentle. And I went home and I practiced moving like Keres, like Paul Keres. Maybe there were bad moves, but I mean,
that's so wholesome.
I wanted to play the good moves that Paul Keres played, and it was really funny, Danya. He was playing a guy, Alan. I'm trying to remember his name. He's a very strong master player from British Columbia, and the guy played the Petrov. And nobody knew how to get an advantage of white against the Petrov. And Keres plays e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. And Keres immediately, like as if it's all part of the master plan, plays d2, d3.
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 Right.
And destroys him in 23 moves. Like d3, knight d2, bishop e2, castle c3. And it was just like, it was over before it began. And we were like, that's how you beat the Petrov.
That's a highly underrated system. I mean, the Philidor, as Anish Giri's game, is showing us a good opening. Imagine playing it with an extra tempo.
Exactly. So
That's
we're kind
awesome,
of
though.
expecting Rook D1 by Magnus, and we just kind of think that it's just one of those positions where Black is just facing a lot of issues, and White's enjoying everything about this position.
I mean, 29 minutes though for Magnus. I think the Mongolian GM's biggest hope is that Magnus gets bogged down calculating knight takes f7, gets a little bit too invested in the nuances of the position, gets into time pressure, and obviously the position remains very complex. But should Magnus play bishop h7, rook ad1, I can definitely see Black's days being numbered. So we will keep an eye on this game. We will see what Magnus, in his infinite wisdom, decides to do. We're being told in the chat that David Howell has 10 minutes on move 17. Oh, let me say that again. 10 minutes, and it is move 17. Let me confirm that with your permission. David Howell.
Please.
England against Serbia.
Excellent.
16 minutes. Yes, that is accurate. Holy smokes. He's got 10 minutes, 17 moves in.
Dang. I mean, striving for some special award given to the player who gets in time trouble the worst. Like what? I mean, as we go deeper and deeper into the competition, we're going to keep an eye on the individual gold medals and silver medals, as well as the team medals. After all, that's what it's all about. But are they giving medals these days for time trouble?
I mean, if there was one that David Howell would already win it, they would simply cut the competition off here, because
that's it.
That's it. Nobody would possibly compete. Right. That's like, when I was with my mom in Venice, Italy, after a tournament, we were reading all these, we had 2 days in Venice before the flight, and, we had these thick tourist, books with all the restaurant recommendations, and you got to go to this plaza, this square. But then you get into the city, and the smells from all the restaurants it is impossible to transmit how amazing every eating establishment smells. You just come in and you go into the first restaurant you see. Round one, first person into time pressure gets the award. First restaurant you see, you're in there. You don't care what the tour book says.
Right.
Anyways, David Howell, winner of the Time Trouble Olympiad Award.
Exactly. Once again, I'm seeing some nice shots, camera shots of the playing hall, the spaciousness, the attention to detail, I want to say, with all the chairs and everything. I've played in a lot of Olympiads in my time, and if we weren't on stage, man, we felt like we were in economy class.
Right.
with no leg room. But okay, David's position. We didn't talk about the position. We talked about his clock. How bad is it? Why is he spending so much time? What is it about this position?
It was a pretty unconventional opening. The upshot is that White is currently a pawn down. Ivanisevic has given up a pawn, but his compensation is, to say that it's conspicuous is to say nothing. He's got this monster bishop. He's got Black Mari tied down on the queen side. All sorts of shenanigans going on with knight c5, knight b6 in some positions.
Right.
And one just gets the sense that David is uncomfortable here. Although he's actually a lot closer to consolidating than I think it appears. I mean, should he play knight f6 and bishop d7, we'd be looking at a completely different landscape.
Exactly.
So White can't fall asleep here and, start playing slow moves.
And watch his advantage just completely disappear. Okay, that being said, let's start jumping and moving some pieces. How about we start with knight c5?
I don't see why not. Hoping for gobble, gobble.
Yes.
Gobble, gobble.
Oops. That's our puzzle rush.
Daily tactic right there. Okay, knight c5. I will try knight f6.
Now that was very clever, and I like that move a lot. A lot of players would have been reluctant to just give back the pawn on b7, but you realize knight takes b7 was kind of helping you resolve the development issues. And yeah, knight b7, bishop b7, rook b8, kind of thinking that black is more than fine. D4 is hanging, a7 is hanging. I get it. But this is, I feel like I cashed in my chips and I came out not ahead. Knight c5 missed the target. Should I have played rook d1?
Yeah, rook d1 actually might be a lot better than I gave it credit for initially, because if you start with rook d1, okay, I'll play knight f6.
Queen c5 with the
Yeah,
idea of knight b6.
I was looking at that as well. I'll take it. Pawn takes actually deserves.
That was the one I wanted to do, because I was thinking in my mind's eye, I wanted to play knight b6 and rook a7.
Oh, that is such, I love the move knight b6. Anytime the a file is open, it's a recurring tactical theme.
Exactly.
So many different openings. Okay, a couple of moves have been made.
What happened?
None of what we expected. Knight has come back to c3. He listened to us sing the praises of knight b6, and he drags the knight back to c3. And David, as expected, playing knight f6.
Right?
10:48 on his clock. He spent 6 more minutes on that move.
He spent 6 minutes on knight f6?
Yeah, he had 17 minutes, and now he has 10. The chat speaks the truth.
Wow, truth to the chat.
And knight b5, I guess, is White's idea, but
we are here.
I'm not sure where that leads.
I'm thinking that there is this king on g7, and on a good day I play d5 and queen b2, and there are some issues, but I'm thinking if I try to make the move d5, black shuts that down with e5. So okay, we're gonna let this game stew, Danya, and
yeah, let's.
We haven't seen the ladies in some time. Come on,
absolutely.
What is Humpy doing? I mean,
Humpy is doing what Humpy does, just total positional domaination in her game.
And this is interesting because she did go, as did black, for that whole hanging pawn structure that you were talking about. And she got it, and you like this position for white a lot. Tell the viewers why.
Oh, I mean, the knight on e4 is basically what holds black back from the apocalypse, because the moment the knight disappears, all of white's pieces just descend like zombies that haven't eaten in a while on the d5 pawn.
Damn.
And I don't know how black is.
I'm terrified.
Even coming close to defending that. So that's out the window.
Okay.
So you might say, well, I'm just going to keep my knight on e4. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that, the pawn on d5 isn't black's, it's actually far from black's only problem. White's queen can shift to b2. The black king is feeling really uncomfortable as well. Right. You just get the sense that, black's position is that the foundation is rotten. And the foundation is these 2 pawns on d5 and c5, the hanging pawns, which are just very poor, no matter how you slice it.
Right.
This is impressive work by Humpy.
To all of the above, I would add something else too. And that's what I call lifting your kimono. I kind of think of the pawn shield, F2, G2, H2, as being this beautiful pawn shield. And once you start playing moves like F4 and G4, you expose yourself. You expose the king, you lift your kimono. Pawns on F5 and G6 make it so that I'm actually excited about knight takes E4 for white, followed by, for example, F5 takes E4, and what you were saying, Queen B2, Rook D2, Rook D1, Bishop H3, and it's the best moves you can play as black are F5, F7, G6,
right, G6, G7, yeah, rewind. Mayday, right?
Exactly. Hope looking good. Any of the other games of the Indian ladies? How is Harika doing? Harika is already a draw.
Already a draw. That was a quick draw.
One, she'd be board one for any other country on earth. It would be happy to have Harika on board one. She already made a draw.
I was comparing the positions on board 3 and board 4. The board 4 position is a lot more interesting. Vaishali has a dry end game, but this is a lot juicier with Tanya Sachdev.
Wow.
On the black side of this position. Jeez. How did this get here?
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with this picture?
It looks like some kind of a study where White's got some beautiful night pins and everything. Brilliant. But Rook H4,
now wait a second.
That's not a picture you see often.
And what happens if knight G6 exactly? Have I missed the memo?
No,
Rook C4, bishop F3, and bishop F2. Goodbye. Rip.
Oh. Oops. You found it. That's bad news. The rook on C4 is left high and dry. Nice discovery.
I mean, does knight G6 just win the game?
I am not going to defend White's decision to play Rook H3, but at least I understand why White would play Rook H3.
I didn't see that square, but I guess it doesn't promise all that much relief.
But somebody famous once said, that's not the way you treat your rooks.
No.
I visited the home of Bill Walton, the famous NBA basketball player.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a chess player. Went to Boston.
Wow.
And he was explaining that in his salad days at UCLA, there was the famous coach of the UCLA
Wooden.
Basketball. Yes, John Wooden.
Well, my brother went to UCLA, so I know all about John Wooden.
There you go. So Bill Walton in a practice game had pulled down a rebound, and he was looking to throw the ball out to one of the guards, but the guards were all down court. So he just kind of dribbled the ball to the halfway court and stepped across. John Wooden, who never said anything to anybody during the practice, blew the whistle, walked up to Bill Walton and said, "You do not dribble the ball up the court." like Bill Walton was like, "Okay, coach, got it." That's not the way you treat your rooks. Danya, I see. Your rook on H3 is not, it didn't deserve that kind of a fate. Yeah.
Fortunately, it will be put out of its misery pretty soon.
Very soon. Okay, very good. So it looks like Tanya's for choice.
Tanya's going to win this, barring something
major
tour, force majeure. But if Tanya plays E5, it's all over.
Big shout out to our audiences, but you're not feeding us with the kind of questions that Danya is anxious to share his knowledge. Therefore, Danya, on behalf of International Master Dr. Anthony Sadie, we all know Tony, good people. He's very upset. He wants to know about your New York Times column and how come in his subscription of the New York Times he hasn't been able to read your column.
Yeah, I've been waging that particular battle. The answer is that there's a specialized subscription for New York Times games.
Okay.
Which,
we didn't know this.
Full disclosure, I did try to push back on that idea. I wanted my column to be free, and I was willing to take a pay cut for that to happen.
Okay.
Alas, my voice is, I stay in my lane. I read the puzzles, and they deal with the other aspects of them. But yeah, my apologies to Dr. Sadie.
You're not the media commercial department. I get it. Okay.
Right. Believe it or not.
Believe it or not. Okay. So it's a specialized subscription. He would like to know, by the way, he would be very happy to pay the cost. Yeah, just inquiring minds and all that good
I would
stuff.
appreciate it greatly.
There you go. There you go. Now we know. All right. Next, how about the Ukrainian ladies, if you don't mind? We saw a game of Maria. It was the Grunfeld, if you recall. And we were thinking that Maria had a really promising position out of the opening. How has she fared?
Draw.
Draw.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Peace will break out. Any other results in this key matchup?
I'm looking at the game of Anna Muzichuk, Maria's sister, who occupies the next board over. And she is locked in a monumental battle against Gergana Pecheva.
Once again, we see this pawn on g4.
Has a single piece or pawn been traded this game?
Wait a minute. I'm seeing this French. Why isn't black is a pawn down, right? There is an F. There's a missing pawn. The black pawn should be on f7. I know the structure.
Material's equal.
What? Oh, the double
equal
rooks.
material.
Holy smokes! There's a white rook on f2.
Oh, you thought it was a pawn?
Yeah, I just kind of like okay. Now I think I've got the zen of the position.
Right.
Bishop back to d8. G7's hanging.
Black has loaded up the bazooka on d4, and that's not a pawn you can often afford to lose.
Nope. Agreed.
In such positions.
Because oftentimes you lose that pawn, you lose its colleague on e5 as well. So is black readying an exchange sacrifice? First of all, whose turn?
It's white to move. So bishop d8 to b6 has been the last move.
Okay.
Both sides entering time pressure.
Okay, so we got to ask the natural question. Knight takes g7. Let's go.
Okay, knight takes g7.
Let's do it.
I will take d4. Takes.
Yes.
Whew. Okay, I'll close my eyes and take on d4 and pray.
Clever. Okay, so bishop takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Queen takes d4.
Oh, and if knight e6, I have queen g4 with a fork.
Yeah, that's a double.
That's nasty. A problem for Anna. That's a big problem for Anna.
That's a nasty one. All right, that's a nasty one. And there's no other wonderful discovery. Okay.
X6.
No, bishop takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes e6. Rook f3.
Rook f3, beautiful.
That's another. I don't even get to sacrifice an exchange in a nice way. In fact, I just lose a piece. Okay, so good discovery. It means knight takes g7's not on tap. If we play a move like, I don't know, bishop b1, or defending d4, and are we about to see a rook f3 issue? Do we?
And you can't really be a self-respecting French player and not go for this
after loading up the bazooka, at least.
Yeah, this brings back traumatic memories. I lost a game just like this to Joseph Bradford.
Texas Joe Bradford?
Texas Joe Bradford.
Yeah, know he's been around. Yeah.
Yeah, he destroyed me. I mean, I will admit, he's now probably in his 70s. When we played in 2012, I think it was, I was an IM. I get him in the last round. I've got the white pieces, and I think, that's not a bad pair. I know he's good. He's 62 years old. I'm just going to play 1e4 and destroy him.
Old Grizzly.
Somebody destroyed who? Somebody destroyed somebody else. I did play 1e4. But let's just say it was not me destroying him. I didn't last 30 moves.
Big shout out to Joe Bradford. He played in the memorable Lone Pine tournaments from ages ago. And he was always a wonderful, wonderful competitor. It's funny. In the world of chess, there's a lot of remarkable people, and Joe was always good people. I really admired him. Once more, Bishop B1, Rook F3, Rook F3. I understood the trauma but I didn't understand the judgment after, say, rook f2. Just your turn.
Yeah,
Knight
you
takes
can't.
e5.
The force of God cannot stop me from taking that pawn.
I don't know, because there's a rook f8
But
check.
I was hoping on bishop c8.
What? You are a little devil, I'm not sure you're going to get away with this. Maybe you are. Rook takes h8, knight f3 check, king h1. What do you got here? You
We'll take
take
your
my
queen.
queen. Why is my bishop on b1? I could have put it anywhere, but rook f8.
Oh,
And who gets there firstest with the mostest?
well, I
don't know.
can take the bishopist, but
I was going to take a bishop. Yeah. Well, amazing position.
wow. Bishop e1 played, by the way.
Bishop e1 played. Well, here we go. We could be in for a Donnybrook on this one. Something to keep in mind. And again, this is actually even though it's an early round 4, I got a feeling that this is a matchup that could really help the team's tiebreakers down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely. And the outcome of the match is completely up in the air at the moment, with Maria's game likely to end in a draw. This game could go either way. So there aren't any easy matches for any of the top teams. And speaking of no easy matches, shall we go back real quick to the open section?
Oh, by the way, I'm just being told, check out the blue bomb game of the match with Germany for just a second.
Whoa!
We've got something blowed up.
Ireland against Germany.
All right.
And Connor Murphy. What in the Sam Hill happened here?
Sam Hill. Well,
whoa, wait. Come again. Bishop h7, bishop. How many times have you ever seen bishop takes h7 followed by bishop takes h2?
No.
And there are rooks that are hanging after both of these moves.
Exactly.
Oh, and then d4.
Of course, the natural.
Occupy the center, just like Mama Tommy.
Right.
Check.
And I was going to say that in one of the broadcasts earlier, I said that one of the things that as a chess grandmaster, that makes me a chess grandmaster is my pattern recognition. I've just seen thousands and thousands of patterns over the course of my career. And then archers brought up a position where there were 5 pawns on the C file. 5. I said, okay, that's a pattern I haven't seen before. Get out of here with the 5 pawns on the C file. I haven't seen bishop h2, bishop h7 done yet. And even now, look at this. Like, what are the bishops? This is crazy.
It's unbelievable. Well, it's like those studies where they prove that, GMs or masters don't necessarily have a better generalized memory, and they test that by putting together a nonsensical position with pieces on illegal squares, and they show that a chess player has no better chance of remembering that position than a non-chess player. So the position has to make sense. This makes no sense. I guess the only thing that does make sense is that the bishop on g1 is in big trouble. Black is also down a pawn. Matthias Blubaum is in mortal danger of losing this game.
Okay, now having said that, if by hook and by crook, Black could play rook to e file check, he could actually rescue his bishop on g1, because bishop e3 would be met by f4. Now the question is, can he do that? Can he get his rook to the rook? The e8 square is being majestically covered by the bishop on that
both
side.
Magically and majestically.
Like what? And then this still is a very confounding position. What happens after rook f8, Tanya? Is it
rook f8?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The Eva bar
just went through the roof. We're obviously missing a beautiful. Oh, the bishop can go to e5. Oh,
where? In response to Rook E8 check.
Yeah.
But then Bishop H2.
Oh, okay, which is what we wanted. The rescue.
Clearly, there's some clever way to maneuver this bishop around to the right area of the board. It's not this move. I don't know what it is. There's something. Bishop C4, maybe Bishop C4, and go after the A6 pawn.
So
yeah, this also
so simple. Good. Yeah,
and then your idea, Rook E8, Bishop E5.
Yeah.
And look at this, Bishop H2. I don't have Bishop B5 check, but that's okay because even the most primitive way of playing, have fun, Matthias.
Exactly. That eight pawn.
Enjoy.
Right. Agreed. Ooh. So Germany there might be dropping a key point. And
lost to Austria yesterday and not doing too much better today. Ooh, exactly. Magnus's game. Oh, so many games are heating up. Team USA with interesting stuff going on. Aronian is in a pawn end game. Maybe we should start here because this might be the closest game to actually ending.
Right.
And it's going to end in a draw. I think it's just a fortress.
Kind of for both sides, right?
I think
there's no way for either player after a move like C5. It's not easy for either player's king to penetrate the position. King D5. Normally speaking, when I haven't calculated who stands better in the king and pawn endgame, it's about the activity of the kings, right? So normally speaking, I would say it was black is the one who's pressing just because the king on D5 versus the king on E3. Conversely, if white's king is on D4 and black's king is on E6, I say, well, the more active king is the side. But that's not always true in king and pawn endgames. King and pawn endgames can be, razor sharp. This doesn't appear to be one of them. So your first take of a draw is the most likely, it feels.
It does. And I want to interject just for a second and say that Wesley, we're about to see a handshake with Sindarov going to resign any second.
Let's do it. Let's jump there. That was
Benko
Gambit.
We can keep analyzing the pawn end game, but just really, really quickly, Wesley has just played the devastating knight to C8. He's already 2 pawns up, and he has officially won. We see resignation there on the far side of your screen, and US scores the first point, deals the first blow with Wesley So coming through big in that H4 variation. But we can go back now to the Aronian game. I just feel these pawns.
Bravo to Wesley. Wesley has been a magnificent Olympic team member. I mean, his performance in Baku, where he not only helped his team win gold medal, obviously, but he got a gold medal himself, individual gold medal on his board. And I remember it was a sweet moment with Eugenio Torre also getting a silver medal on the same board as Wesley, and Wesley grabbing his mentor and friend and say, come up and stand on the first place with me. And they had 3 players standing on the gold medal step. Very nice moment. But Wesley So bringing home the bacon for Team USA. Well done, Wesley. King E3. Now from
draw agreed.
Draw agreed. Okay. So a draw there, Wesley, and Fabi we thought was suffering with the white pieces, by the way, on board one. How's he doing?
We thought he was, but apparently, so there's good news and bad news for Team USA. Apparently Fabi's doing better, but Shankland is doing worse. We'll get to that in a moment. So what's interesting is that Fabi has managed to sacrifice a pawn, but in return, he's gotten himself a handsome amount of piece activity.
Yes, he has. On a good day, H4, B4, rook on A1 to D1. I can see a lot of easy moves for white.
Yeah.
Pawn on D5 is not going anywhere.
It is not. It's blockaded safely. It's incredibly important here to make lufts for white so that you can breathe easier, literally. So top priority, I think, would be to play H4.
Yeah.
Although there is no current threat of queen c1 because of the possibility of blocking it. So
Exactly.
the question is of order of operations here. That's the hard part. It's not determining what to play because the moves, as you said, are all sort of obvious. b4, rook d1, h4. What do you do first? And what are the pros and cons of doing stuff in various orders?
Exactly. So we do think that this is sufficient full compensation for Fabi. I'm glad he's got this position versus a position he had earlier, which wasn't it wasn't so. No, Mom, no hands on the driver's wheel. This is not the way we really wanted to do it. You said, and you sent a chill through my spine, that Sam Shanklin kind of let something slip. What?
He let something slip in a big way. He is flat out in trouble. How did he get this miserable position? What the heck?
Right?
We thought this was rumbling at full speed toward a peaceful conclusion.
No question about it.
But somehow, I guess his pawn structure is just inferior, and Sam rook g8, a couple sloppy moves, allowing this transformation, which clearly favors white.
Okay, we thought the pawn on e3 was weak, and suddenly it went from e3 to d4, and kind of not so weak.
And Vakitov just gets himself a risk-free endgame where he's got a passer, he's got the more active rooks, he's also got a serious amount of time pressure with 13 moves to make in 7 minutes, which I think might be Sam's biggest hope.
Well, the good news for Team America fans is actually Black's king is active, and maybe once the king gets the d6 square, the weaknesses on the king side can be adequately covered. But I hear you, Sam definitely sees the defensive.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough defensive task for Shankland.
Right.
He's got these pawns to take care of, and the d4 pawn to supervise and keep at bay. And we will keep a close eye on his defensive effort with 2 games remaining in the USA-Uzbekistan match.
Definitely.
Wesley So winning his
India.
game.
Let's go to Team India before we make another curtain call to Magnus, because I'm more than curious what Magnus did. Rook d1, bishop h7. But curtain call for India first. How is Team... I want to say India A.
Yeah, India A1, right.
India B, India C, India 1, India 2. India 1.
Right. How is India 1 doing? So we have a couple of results from the India 1 match. Pentala Hari Krishna has already drawn against Musard, and Matthew Cornett drawing against Arjun Aragaisi. That happened very early. So we have 2 games remaining. We have, and Vidit drawing against Fressinet.
Ooh.
Vidit drawing against Fressinet.
3 draws in that match.
3 draws in that match. And that leaves us with the decisive game.
The hero
board. And who will be the hero? Will it be S.L. Narayanan or Maxime Lagarde, or neither, as the queens are off the board? And we got a pretty wild end game here.
Well, I tell you, I love this move, Bishop C8, F5. Again, I just talk about the pleasures that I have playing chess, the game of chess. One of the great pleasures I have is bringing my pieces to squares where they both defend my king, very important,
right,
and attack the other guy's king, also very important. So a move like Bishop C8 to F5, as well as a move like Bishop C8 to E6, a move that defends the king, attacks the opposing king. Man, those are just the best, those dual purpose moves. I don't know about you, Danya, but for me, that just always warms the heart.
Well, speaking of dual purpose moves, and I'm in the same boat, Rook D6 to D2, very quiet looking, innocuous looking, but packs a serious punch. Bishop C4 check is a very nasty threat. It is on tap. There is no way to move the rook to a to evacuate it to a safe location. So that basically means you have to come at it from the other end, either moving your king or maybe making your move bishop b6.
What about knight f3? I'm just trying to come to grip with the bishops of opposite color position. Whose king is more vulnerable? If the bishop gets to the f6 long diagonal, yeah, I know what you're doing there. I feel you there. Could be that, well, rook takes c3. You got to kind of look at it.
Bishop f6, I would imagine. No, there's got to be some sort of a perpetual. I mean, even, worst comes to worst, something like rook takes c2
might bail out, right?
But it's a little dodgy. And I think with rook a3, is this really that dangerous? Because yes, white has this check, but you escape to f8. You're ready to play rook takes a2. I think a draw is very, very likely here.
Agreed. Knight f3, not the only move. You mentioned bishop e6. You were going to go elsewhere. But whoever wins this game, we call it the hero game because it's the decisive one. Without the bailout rook at knight f3, there's also, you were about to suggest knight f7 as well as bishop e6. I'm thinking black is for choice. What's your take?
Well, but I feel like psychologically, Lagarde is going to see knight f3. He's going to calculate it. He's going to understand that it leads most likely to a draw. And France is the underdog in this match. So from a psychological standpoint, I can see the appeal of going knight f3 and bailing out. I think he's going to play it. I think he's going to play it.
But now, having said all of that, if you were just in a practical game, with the two bishops, but look at that ugly pawn structure that white possesses.
But what about this line, for example? Bishop e6, bishop c4 wins for white.
Yuck.
Ain't that something? How about them apples?
Yeah, bishop
my boy
C4.
Wicked Slot.
Oh my gosh, that's wicked. Knight
f7. Even here, I have bishop c4 if I wanted, but here it doesn't carry the same luster.
Yeah, that is true.
But even something as pedestrian as bishop d3, I find it hard to believe that white, with the two bishops, with a pretty compact piece arrangement, with a pawn on h4 that's, preventing progress of black's pawns, is really struggling here.
Good point. I like it, Danya. Okay. Wow. A potential 2-2 result. We're going to call it a minor upset. France, of course, missing its two top guns in the form of MBL and Fallujah. All right. Indeed. And this is our this is our 1 hour of Magnus.
Well, the 1 hour is about to come to a close because the Mongolian Grandmaster.
I gotta ask, when we left, did Magnus play rook d1?
He did. Check and rook d1.
Check and rook d1.
Oh, no, he took on e5. Oh,
that's helpful.
Magnus said, thank you very much. I'm just going to run my pawns up the board.
True.
E6. I mean, the position plays itself. Bishop e5, queen g3, knight e2 check. One last attempt, but the simple rook takes e2 ends the game. And one very pretty mate, rook d1, king h2, no more Chekovich. Bishop f6, and how about this one?
Get out the gold coins, everybody.
Filling your cheeks, and then queen g8.
Nice. E7, beautiful move. Very, very, very sweet visual. King h2.
Hey, at least black will be able to say, I finished the game against the world champion up in exchange. I died with a full stomach.
In style. By the way, this will be a game that Magnus will, pat himself on the back for. But on the other hand, that decision to play bishop takes e5, ooh, that's kind of going down without so much as a whimper.
I'm going to be bold here and say that black did not play, the kind of chess that he's capable of playing. I mean, it all started with a Rogozin I hope my criticism is not unfounded. The whole c6, bishop d6, down a tempo, and then collapsing like a house of cards. It's almost like he was facing the world champion.
Yeah.
I mean, almost as if he's like playing somebody who's good, you know?
Right. Yep. That's the way it works. Cool. Well, I'll leave it to our audience to give us a guide and to tell us where we should be going. Any other games?
I know where we should be going.
Well, let's go there.
Bogdan Daniel Diac against Jan Krzysztof Duda. What on earth is going on here?
Things blowed up again. D1 is hanging with check. H8 is hanging. King G6, 95. What? Whose turn?
It's black to move.
Let me in there, coach.
Of course, the evaluation is all zeros. Now, Diac has a draw in his pocket in like 800 different ways. I mean, at the very GH.
GH, that's the draw?
I think that's a draw, queen h4 check.
I see.
And I tell you.
There's no king f1, bishop on a6, patrols the f. So you've got a perpetual any time black wants it. I get that. Okay, that helps to know. I was looking at queen takes d1 and trying to figure out if there wasn't some mates, but that pesky bar in the middle of our board there is basically warning me there is no checkmate.
And a couple of incautious checks later, you know, things could take a turn for the worse. So I think with 4 minutes on the clock,
draw
is best advised.
Yeah. Exactly. Now, Danya, obviously you're US, so you don't really have a lot of experience in, let's say, the Bundesliga or the European leagues, but have you played some team events? You feel the difference between chess as an individual sport when you're on your own in tournaments versus team events?
Only one. So I had the honor of representing the US at the 2016 World Team Championship.
Okay.
And this was a very interesting experience because it was right after the US Championship where we all flew from St. Louis and we had just played each other. I had one of the worst tournaments of my life in St. Louis.
Right.
And, you know, then pack your bags, St. Louis to Armenia. We had a couple of days in Yerevan. And this is something I love about chess, the fact that we're all on such good terms that you can switch in the snap of a finger from fierce competitors to, you know, great friends, partners,
supporters,
and teammates.
Right.
And it was awesome. I mean, you definitely feel as you're playing the game, the weight of what you're representing, the weight of the fact that a single loss could send your team into a tailspin. And I was more focused that tournament than I think I was ever. I mean, I really told myself I'm not going to be the one, to let my team down. And that fierceness of spirit, I think, is why the Olympiad so often produces these incredible fighting games. I don't think it's a coincidence.
I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you. This idea that now, like you might stay out a little longer at night if you're playing in the World Open and tomorrow you have a big game, but you just feel like as an individual, like I'm having a fun time. I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing. Conversely, you're at this team event, you going home to bed. Now, I wanted to just about this because there's something about this position that I'm confused. Okay, I take on h2, double check. King takes h2. Queen h5 check.
Okay.
King G2. Queen g6 check. And I want to take your knight.
Okay, I'll go to h2. And you want to take my knight?
Correct.
Oh gosh.
Just give me the pawn on f2 and let's go.
How's this?
What?
H1.
What? Queen?
I think this draws. Queen F2, King H3. I'm gonna force you to tell me. I'm gonna force you to tell me, because the moment the king steps away, it's my turn. It's my turn.
I mean, I get even to play a move like Bishop F1 and King G4, and that's embarrassing. So I have to play something. I'm trying to play for a win as black. I was gonna have to play Bishop E2. Well, I'm kind of disbelieving.
By the way, I'm eyeing another fascinating game. Not to jump around too much.
Not at all.
Borohovsky against Anish Giri has exploded.
Say what?
Exploded.
That was the Philidor, the slow burn.
And we've got 10 more moves until time control, and below 20 minutes are the players.
Oh boy. I got a question coming. Are you dropping an autobiography? No. First of all, no. A big emphasis on no. I did this chess duels, which was
that book.
Wonderful book, wonderful stories. And I was going to do a companion volume, dueling the challengers and champions, meaning dueling the legends. I was going to put it like that, because for me, Alexander Belyavsky, Dr. John Nunn, Robert Houdmeier, Nigel Short, Jan Timman, just throwing out Viktor Korchnoi, names of players didn't necessarily become world champions, but who were great players. And I've got a lot of wonderful games against those players, the Korchnois, Timmons, Ulf Andersons of the world. So I was thinking of doing a companion piece, to that. Then the next problem I have is, I'm not kidding, Danya, I've got more stories of Bobby Fischer than anybody on earth. It's an oral history.
Wow.
And they're ridiculously funny. I mean, once I tell you the stories, and like you got this image in your mind, you go, "Oh, this is great." I never thought of Bobby in those terms again. So people are saying I got to put those stories of Bobby in a book. So if there are any book projects on the horizon, those are two of them that take precedent. But autobiographies, Tanya, that sounds like somebody who's ready for their grave. I'm not ready to go there. I mean, like what? Tell us about the position. What's going on?
Yeah, this is wild. I need another espresso to even begin to look at this position. So exactly, we are going to go on an espresso break. I'm going to run down to the coffee machine, and when we come back, we are going to tackle with newfound energy this fascinating battle between the top boards of Israel and the Netherlands. You are watching the 44th Chess Olympiad. We hope you're enjoying the action from round 4, and there will be more action waiting for you in just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Okay, we're ready for a small press conference.
It is something that has never happened anywhere in the world before. To have correctional facilities all around the world playing at once in a chess tournament.
I'm very proud to participate in this tremendous event. It will be an honor for us to be part of any of your future undertakings.
Last year, we organized the first international intercontinental online championship for prisoners. It was 31 countries participating, 40 teams, 5 female teams.
I know, without naming the country, that some maximum security facilities where prisoners could not be more than one in a room.
Before I met him, I would never thought people do that. I think, it's chess competitions, but all over the world, online, throughout the jails, playing against each other, that's a whole different thing. He opened that up.
There was an incredible level of anxiousness that was neat, that reminded you of how athletes would be before the big game, before the kickoff.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should
okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome back to the 44th Chess Olympiad, and we have here a bird's eye view of the playing hall as Team USA with 2 boards remaining, Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shankland facing off against Team Uzbekistan, who has 1 point to make up. And Yasser, it appears that they are on the cusp of doing just that. Jahangir Vakhirov, a shocking turnaround in this game.
Absolutely. Really, really stunning. A fabulous piece of preparation by Sam Shankland. Netted him what we felt was a very even game, but then poor play by Sam has put him in a, dare I say it, a completely lost rook and pawn ending. I'm looking at this rook on h6 and I'm going, oh, golly, that's just no way to treat a rook. And if Sam loses this game, and I think he very well will, USA, again, not exactly, on all cylinders. We're not playing very well. What has happened in Fabi's game? Fabi stood worse at one moment coming out of the opening. Then I think we felt he had righted the ship and it was even. It could be a 2-2 result. What's happening?
Very well coming. This is now a 3-result game. With Black's king wide open on g6, but Noterbeck is up a pawn and he could be up another one if he snags one of these babies.
Well, he's up 2 pawns, isn't he?
Oh, he is. Are you saying he could be up 3? Oh my gosh. He is up 2 pawns. That's bad.
Yeah, I mean, the double pawns on h7 and h5 may not make an impression, but if you took away the pawn on h7, suddenly you would feel like Black's king is a lot more drafty. But thanks to
that's true.
And h7, yeah, the move queen g8 is not an immediate perpetual anyway. You said 3-result game. I'm kind of happy if Fabi got out of this with a draw, actually.
I agree. I honestly miscounted the number of pawns.
Yeah.
Now that I noticed that white is down 2 pawns, I mean, what if Black just plays rook e8 here?
Just to stop that whole queen g8 stuff, I would be thinking of that move for sure. I would probably want to stay as active as possible. Let's just say queen c7, ideas of rook d7, ideas of queen g3 check. Help yourself, snack on my b2 pawn if you like, but maybe you're not going to like it. I don't know.
I feel like, rook d7, I'm not sure if it's a threat because Black is rook e1 and queen e5, but then white trades queens and takes b7. So
right.
So maybe a move like h4 should be considered. I wanted to cover the g3 square, create the preconditions for some sort of kingside attack should the occasion arise.
As you say, you want to make the queen trade on your terms. Here, okay, h4, maybe yes, maybe no. There is rook David 4, so that if you
Okay.
do get that whole queen e5 business going, I go snack, but you can snack on the a5 pawn as well. So if I'm white, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I want something a lot more convincing. I don't think rook d4 is making a fan out of me.
Right, and by the way, this has happened. Rook e8, queen c7 is on the board.
Okay.
As we're speaking, so big moment here for Noterbeck. 12 minutes to make the remaining 3 moves before time control. This game, this is going to be a this is an Olympiad deciding game right here. Assuming, of course, that Bakidov wins his end game against Shankland.
Right. And as we get ready for this time control, just a quick look at the results of the women's matches, if you don't mind, Daniel.
Absolutely. Well, we don't have
results, I mean.
Yeah, we've got boards 6 through 10, almost all of the games still going. A half-point split so far against between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. And our top 5 boards, we have Georgia with a dominant performance so far against India. 3-2-0 is their lead.
Wow.
And on the top board, India seems to be doing very well against Hungary because they've made one draw, but they've got several very, very promising positions, including, of course, Humpy Kaneru's position, and in the open section.
Yes.
We've got a couple of smattering of draws. Italy, India 2, splitting the point. That means India 2. What a shameful result. They can't stay perfect throughout the whole Olympiad. I think they should be kicked out, actually.
Right.
And Canada, by the way, Eric Hansen making a solid draw against Parham Maksudlu. And that match continues at half a point apiece. And on our top 5 boards, we have France and India down to that last board, which is very likely to be a draw. We're watching USA, Uzbekistan, India, Spain 1-1, 2 draws there as well. Poland, Romania, everybody even. Lots of draws, lots of decisive hero games, as you call them.
Exactly. Tight result in that Poland-Romania game as well. And for Team USA, again, they come into this competition, this particular competition, with such overwhelming rating favorites. It's like every match, teams are going to want to beat Team USA. It's like you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. You're going to want to beat him. And Team USA is not exactly performed, with all cylinders firing. And this indication of rook e4, queen c8 suggests to me that Fabi is saying, I have the white pieces. I wanted to do something, but I didn't get off on the right foot. I'm willing to make a draw. This would be a big match point to drop early.
Yes, and the question here right now is, will Noterbeck accede to the draw?
Right.
I can see the answer being yes. I mean, Noterbeck can look over at his teammate's position, say, we kind of have that in the bag. That's a draw against Team USA. Scratch all of that. He is going for it. Queen.
Wow.
4.
Wow.
I got to tip my hat.
Bold play. He covered with the move queen b4. 2 things happens. First of all, he covers the f8 square. So queen g8, king h6. Thanks to that h7 pawn, I'm safe. Second point, rook e1, trading off, go into any queen and pawn endgame with the extra pawns in the pocket. You bet. So queen b4 boldly says, bring it. Let's go.
Come to Papa, says Noterbeck Abdusatorov, queen g8, king h6. White is at a dead end, and Fabiano with 6.5 minutes for 2 very, very important moves. And to add insult to injury, so if White abandons the first rank, then he gets made. And the fact that Noterbeck didn't play h4 is actually very important here, because he gets a chance to deliver this check on h4, driving the king out. And then, look at this, mate.
How sweet it is.
Right, you are.
What did we say about those double H pawns?
What did we say about them?
Very useful. They were very useful.
They always are.
Queen h2, mate. That was a visual. King h2 on the board.
King h2. Get him out of there.
Right. You step away from rook e1 check, where there was a forced trade. of rooks. And you're saying if you play rook h4, well, king h2, and maybe that's not a very well-placed rook on the h4. Isn't this the moment that you go queen e7 and say, you know, I want to play queen to e5 check and centralize everybody?
Queen Eric 7, you say?
Yes. Echo that.
Echo, bravo, Delta.
I was just like at the Atlanta airport, man, and it's like I'm on gate E12, doesn't matter, and they go Echo 12 gate now boarding. It's like
yeah, gate Bravo 3. Like I actually have heard that recently, and it's like I'm pretty sure you can say B. Like we're not air traffic controllers. Like,
exactly.
I think I can distinguish between B and D.
What? And
N as in Nancy, A as in Apple. I felt like such because I would hear my parents doing that when I was little, and recently I was on a call and I start spelling my last name. I'm like N as in Nancy, A as in Adam, R as in Robert. Then I got to Y, and I was like, I don't remember what the Y is supposed to be.
Yellow brick road. Yeah, Y
is in your face.
By the way, I've got this really nice bird's eye view of the playing hall. Looks like, I'm telling you, in my Olympiads, this would never happen. No, seriously, I really mean to say this. It was a kind of a negative. When people got into time trouble, the vultures came. You know, like the time trouble seemed to be like an electric magnet, you know, like just sucked anybody in the surrounding area would walk to the game. Some time trouble may be appearing in the Fabiano match, but you can just see the players have the table to themselves.
And
do we have
Queen E7 play, by the way,
on the board?
We do indeed, and a difficult situation here for Fabi, and he needs to make the time control move.
Okay, and here we go again. Rook d7 would be a blunder alert to rook h4 check, followed by a forced mating pattern that Danya showed earlier. So, I mean, at first blush, you know, you think to yourself, rook d7, and let's go. But that would lose the game. In fact,
Indeed, it would. And for Fabi, he has to seriously contemplate whether it is worth making a move like g3. I'm leaning toward no, because it creates a hook. We talked about those useful doubled H pawns, and one of them could act as a battering ram to shatter the king. I mean, if White's king becomes permanently weak, then the game basically ends, because you will not be able to handle that, plus the fact that you're down 2 pawns.
No.
The more I look at this, the less I feel inclined to trust the 0.5 evaluation. Fabi has a very difficult defensive task ahead of him.
Agreed. Just it's that simple.
And
again, I mean, the move Queen E5 check is getting a larger than life kind of threat. I'm almost inclined to play Rook to D5. That doesn't necessarily help me with my next move, however. So help me out here. If I'm not playing G3 and I'm not playing F4, moves that lift my kimono, what am I doing, Danya?
Well, Rook D5, was there something specific that dissuaded you from that?
No, other than
because it does threaten the check.
Does it? Oh, that check.
F5.
I've got my eye on the G8 square. I didn't even see that. Yay. So Queen F5 check. So I could go King H6. Just say next check.
Yeah, what am I doing now, I guess is the question.
I'm just saying that I play the move Rook D5. I feel very good about it for a brief second. But then I'm saying, okay, give me another move. Give me
what
move.
now? All right.
What's my follow-up? If I go Queen F5, I'm really afraid Rook E5 and any of those queen endings kind of like give me a chill.
Although here specifically,
please.
No, here specifically, I don't know what I have. No, none of this is appealing. I really dislike White's position. It's like no matter what you play, the king is always safe on h6. There's always these checks on e5. There's always a back rank check if you fall asleep. H4 check. White's got to keep tabs on 50 different things, and you're down 2 pawns.
And the clock is a factor as well.
It is indeed. And Fabi, he has his work cut out for him because Shankland is almost certain to lose. By the way, a quick update on India 2. Gukesh, we have not looked at today, has mate in 3 moves against Daniele Vocaturo from Italy,
who just had this enormous upset in round 3 against Norway. Yeah, well, Rook B7. Well, that's
goodbye. It's game.
Thank you for coming. Sign the score sheets, and
it was good to see you. Yeah, and Nihal Sarin is also winning. I mean, this team might win the Olympiad. India 2 is. I am in awe of this team.
Yeah,
I'm just in awe. Gukesh, Nihal, are you kidding me? Does anybody want to face that team?
I mean, Team India
rhetorical question. Yeah, exactly. Not even Team India 1. Exactly.
Dang. There was a team. I'm trying to. I think they called it the Dream Team. It was the first time the NBA All-Stars went to the Olympics because they weren't allowing professionals. The Olympics were for amateur athletes only, which is something I found completely hilarious, by the way.
Interesting.
And so professionals like the NBA, we only sent collegiate basketball players to the Olympics. And then the problem was that the NBA All-Stars was like, who do you got Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson? Like who do you say you're not good enough to play? Take a seat.
Right, like, exactly. Who do you bench? Right.
Right. It's just an impossibility.
Right.
Oh, this is a game. Remember that. What was this? The game that featured Knight F3, by the way? Because
it was, and he did play it. But look at the clock. Look at White's speed. Somehow. Narayanan has managed to get not only one rook to the 7th rank. Well, that was a bygone conclusion. It was already there. The other rook is coming to e7. 18 seconds for Maxime Lagarde for 3 critical moves. Are the wheels starting to come off here for black?
Exactly. Despite the 2, I was about to say, what? How do we deal with the face of rook e1, e7, g7 check, and bishop c5, and there's going to be some mates. Bishop f7. Fortunately, that is a move. Now that we know bishop f7, he was afraid of rook g7. Whoa. Wait a minute. There's still issues here for black. Wait a minute.
Oh my God. Rook f8, bishop c5, rook c4 maybe?
Ooh, that's just barely holding on.
Barely. But
it's forced.
Barely. But White doesn't have to play bishop c5. In fact, I feel like a slow move would be a lot more effective in black's time pressure.
Yeah, something.
Maybe rook. I don't know.
Yeah, rook f6. Some wonderful post-up move where, bishop c5.
Creating vague threats like that are hard to detect. By the way, Jordan van Forest and the body drawing their game. Yeah, it's in the Netherlands-Israel match, but we're sticking to this one until time control.
Yeah, one of the things that's really, really effective when your opponent's in time trouble is you make a move where your opponent starts ghosting threats. Like here, unless you could play rook on f1 takes f7 and it's a forced win. If you can calculate a forced win, you go for it, obviously. But a move like rook f6 and or you prepare a move like c3, c4, obviously in this case, the rook takes the bishop. But, a move like c4, if it forced b takes c4, then you could go a4. You just give black an opportunity to make a defense for a threat that doesn't exist, and it cost him the game.
Right. Yeah, that's really interesting insight. It's really an art to be able to play and to thrive in opponents' time pressure. And so many people, especially kids, obviously get the temptation to start blitzing out their own moves, even with plenty of time on the clock. It is a very strong temptation, even for experienced players. So not easy to hold it, to keep your composure in your opponent's time pressure.
I remember Walter Sean Brown. The guy was a perpetual time trouble addict. And in my early years playing against Walter, I thought, oh, now I'm going to force blitz with him and make him flag. Well, in time trouble, when he had nothing to do but play immediately, he was formidable. His position improved.
But I remember him in time pressure in some of those open tournaments, and it was a sight. I mean, he was
so nervous, like jumpy and like shaky. One thing, by the way, just mentioning for black in this position. You do have two connected pass pawns. And if you could play h5 and g5 and rook takes d4, it might just be a bailout kind of move, and maybe not in this position, but you know what I mean. If your pawns were a little bit more advanced, rook takes d4, followed by bishop c4, let's trade rooks. Maybe those pawns push them, baby. Get them going.
You might as well start. I mean, if white doesn't find a concrete way to continue creating threats to reinforce the threat of bishop c5, then you're absolutely pushing. And
for such a try,
And white has spent 3 minutes. Something tells me that Narayanan is not really seeing any way of creating substantive threats, and neither am I.
But you mentioned that if you played rook, for argument's sake, rook to b7, and you are threatening the bishop c5, how would black deal with that threat? I guess it's rook h5, right? Just simply
just by the skin of barely. And then rook c7, you'd have to go back to h4 to have this secondary defensive mechanism.
That is true. But unfortunately, once the rook gets to h5, Danya, that does give black the additional possibility of rook on h5 to f5.
Yes.
So the move rook b7 probably is not the most helpful. I think we were also looking at rook f6. How would black deal with rook f6?
And he didn't play that. He plays bishop e5.
Something similar. White wants to set up a bishop d6 threat.
Yeah, wait, how exactly does black defend against this? Does he rook h5, bishop d6, rook d8? Can black get away with that? Rook c4? Apparently a mistake. Apparently that was a mistake.
There you go.
Rook
Very
d7.
easy. Very easy with when your opponent's in time. Yeah, rook d7.
Oh, and you can't stop bishop d6. Oh, and yeah, so look at this line. Rook c8, bishop d6, rook c d8, rook f7.
Puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush 101.
Sweet. I'll give you that one. But here's the thing. Okay, you go ahead and play your rook d7 for just a quick sec. How about rook c5? And I'll use that same mechanism of bishop to d6, rook d5.
Yeah, but I'll take f7.
Say what?
Rook f7, rook d8, little bishop d6 at the end.
Oh, that sent a chill up my spine.
Bang, bang, bang.
Ooh.
And if you take e5, that there's this mating construction. Oh.
Yes. Yeah. The double rook mate.
Crazy.
There we see Ilya Smirin on screen, I think.
Yes, Smirin is still nursing that advantage, by the way, against Erwin Lamy. So current status of the Israel match, Manforest with a draw. Rodstein, I think, is about to make a draw. So Smirin is going to have to carry the load here.
And
especially if, Gary's better, but the position is stabilized, actually. Gary's up a pawn. not worth. I'd like to stay on this game for two more moves,
Please.
just because
No,
we're about
no,
to see
no.
something interesting.
No problem.
But yeah, Smirin is up 2 pawns in an end game, which he's trying to win. And we'll definitely get a chance to take a look at that because that game's going to last for a while. By the way, Fabi also he did play G3 and allowed H4, and things continue to go downhill.
Big committal decision there by Fabi.
Oh, he played rook B7.
He didn't find the rook to D7 move.
Oh,
That was
my
That
goodness.
was key. That was
Maybe
key.
Precisely for the reason that you've got rook C5, rook D5. If not for rook F7, I mean, it's anybody's game there.
Right.
One more move to make for Maxime Lagarde until time control.
Okay. Oh boy. So bishop D6, how is that a huge threat? Bishop D6, I can meet with maybe rook D8. We could trade bishops, and I'm not a happy camper because white's king is very safe. Black's king may not be. Rook C6, that looks like a very good palliative, preventive move from bishop D6. No bishop D6, no bishop C5. You're welcome to snack on the B5 pawn, but rook takes B5, bishop C4. I would play in an instant. Please trade rooks.
Thank I can breathe easy for the first time in a long time.
Right on. Yeah, exactly. So I think this rook coming back to C6 has actually secured black safety, I want to say. I don't see anything scary for black.
No, I think black is fine. We'll keep an eye on this endgame because this is a very important game.
Sure.
There's so much other stuff to turn to. By the way, Aryan Tari has apparently blundered. I mean, that is a match that we kind of assumed was a wrap. But just because Magnus won, does not mean that the team is going to win. And Aryan Tari is apparently losing.
Wow. I am seeing queen f8 check. There is this nasty rook to a6 check too, in certain positions.
So the point is, if you check, then the king runs to f6, but you can also start with a quiet g5. And this sets up all sorts of mate threats with queen f8. Oh, queen f6 is also a threat. Oh my gosh.
Oh dear. Yeah, queen f6 check. That's a totally in your face kind of check, because f7 is getting hacked as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tari, if he finds g5, I think this one might be over. But anyhow, who should we turn to next? Caruana.
Wow.
Banquet. So many games. There's the Israel against Netherlands match.
Sure. We were down to some hero games. If you don't mind, wasn't there a hero game in India, France? The hero game in Poland?
Oh yeah, let's check out
Poland, Romania. There was some hero games. If you don't mind.
Poland, Romania has the following results: Piorin and Parligras, that's board 3, with a draw. Radoslav Wojtaszek and Lupulescu with a draw. Deac and Duda with a draw. You're absolutely right. They are down to a hero game. Oh, that's it? No, it's 2-2. All draws. Gabrielescu made a draw as well.
Okay.
And a pretty anticlimactic finish in Poland, Romania. Good result for Romania. Great result for Romania.
Definitely. Very, very, very nice. And sorry, in that case, if you don't mind turning to Fabi, you said that he played the move G3, very uncomfortable Uzbekistan USA match where essentially Team USA
is on the ropes,
struggling. Let's be fair. But hold on, a G3, Queen G6. I see the bar is less than even. So the engines definitely like black, but apparently they don't feel it's a winning advantage for black. Right now, 2 extra pawns though.
And the question here, Queen G7 or King H6?
Well, help us out. Let's assume King H6 for the time being.
That looks very natural to me.
Exactly. Now, what is it that Fabi can do? And they've made time control, I assume, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, time control has just been made, which means for those recently joining us or new to chess, when we say time control has been made, it means that 30 minutes have been added to the players' clocks after move 40 has been carried out. So a brief respite from time pressure until you enter the second stage of time pressure, of course. Where would we do that? That King H6 has been played, and I think Fabi has just made an incredibly clever move. King H2 to G2. Prophylaxis against HG. Do not do this if you are Noterbeck, because you get checkmated all of a sudden.
I mean, shame on me. The move King G2, it actually eluded my notice. The moment you see the move King G2, you go, why did I think of that? Of course. You get out of H4 takes G, you got Rook H1, and your king kind of feels so much safer on G2 and escaping Rook E2 checks after H4 takes G3. I love that move. That explains why Fabi is like dead busted or something. That's a good
cheeky idea, and that is a potentially game. I mean, if Fabi saves the game, you know, we might trace this back to King G2. This might be the moment when Fabi found the precise move. Now, Black, it occurred to me, can essentially force the queen trade. Queen E8 offers White the choice between Queen D5, which then allows H takes G3, which you can't allow, which essentially means to me that White has to go for this position. And this still makes me really uncomfortable. I mean, you are still down 2 pawns.
Yeah, instead of the move Rook D7, just for a moment, drop the move Rook D4 on tap. So, yeah, you can take on G3.
And I shall.
And you shall. I take on C4. Aren't I getting those wonderfully horrible F and H pawns?
That's true.
I'm trying to get rid of all the queenside pawns now.
Just make a deal with your opponent. Let's just sweep these up. We don't have to worry about a queenside anymore. We can just concentrate on the king side. Come on.
Can't nice. I do that though? Can I do that by force? Say Rook B4. I want to do it by force. Rook B4.
Rook E7.
Rook B6. Gift me your pawn.
King G5.
And B4.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Right. Now, the question is, I have never had to defend the split pawns, F6.
I've never H7. Either.
And I don't want to ever have to defend.
Right. That is not an experience that you wish for.
Right.
That is certainly not an experience you wish for.
Yeah. And for those of you who have not seen the USA profile, why are we talking about this match and why it's so important? Well, Team USA is the #1 seed, and we have a very nice profile of the American squad.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the candidates tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
And we are back watching the games enter their concluding phase. We got a couple of hero games, including Fabiano Caruana, who is trying to hold on for dear life against Norbek Abdusattorov in a game that might decide the outcome of the match. And that is but one of several such critical games. Yasser, an unenviable task here for Fabi.
No question about it. This will, in fact, decide the outcome of this match. And it is Fabi with the white pieces on the back foot, trying to draw and salvage a match point. Now, having said that, it's one of those types of positions where, you know, big slips could happen for both players. Like you've already mentioned that after this move, King G2, that's very crafty, the desirable H4 G3, Rook H1 would be an embarrassment. And then, and then we were just on break and we were talking about the move Queen E8 for a moment. And we were going into these Rook endings that were difficult. But then after the Queen E8 move, I had another idea, which was Queen to D5, Danya. And then it was sort of like, oh boy, okay, I see the bar just hates my move, but I
think it's because of HG.
And well, I thought in that case I could play Rook check, Rook H1 checks. Oh, you don't have to go to G7. Oh, geez.
Well, actually, I will.
Oh, you
because
do have to.
Queen B7, I have Rook E7, I think.
Oh, Queen B7, Rook. That's
and I just feel like White's king is going to end up in
White's king
caught
is
in the crossfire. It's just going to end up somewhere bad, somewhere you don't want to end up.
No, that suddenly I'm nude after that move. Very nice.
Right.
By the way, in the open, I'm being told that Slovakia has secured a match win against Ukraine. That's a big result for Slovakia. They have 2.5 points already, and they will have defeated Ukraine. Ukraine, as you will remember, we're trading. It seemed like Ukraine and Armenia were trading the gold medal between the two of them for a number of Olympics in a row. So that's a big result.
Times have changed, and we're monitoring a couple other critical matches which are still going. Germany Ireland is a fascinating one. Vincent Keimer on board 1 defeated Baburin, but that Bluebaum game that we checked out a while back, it seems to me that Connor Murphy is very close to just ending this game in his favor.
Yeah, these bishops of opposite color, it's all about king positioning. And quite clearly, White is having fun. Right. I mean, my goodness, that White king on F4 might just march triumphantly to F6, and there'll be mating patterns galore in White's favor. This looks like it's a win.
Rook A7, I think, would be a good way to start to attack A6, strain Black's resources even further. This is basically a wrap, and I'm just very curious to see how the other boards are looking. So Rasmus Svein, that's board 3. He's still playing. Is he losing? Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. Rasmus is white here. He's completely lost.
Could you just play back the last 2 moves? I just want to try to get an understanding of where we're coming from here. Okay, so Black is a piece down, but look at White's king. Takes, and that was how we got Rook B1 on the board. I see.
Tarun Kanyamarawa. He's down a piece. He's got 2 pawns for it, quote unquote, only But white's king is wide open. Moves like rook b to c8 come to mind, trying to infiltrate your way to c1. And he's just made time control, so plenty of time for the Irish FIDE master.
Absolutely.
Holy smokes. Okay.
And that's an expression, by the way, that Aman Hamilton from Chessbra uses a lot.
I used to use it, but ever since I know him, I listened to Aman, I've started using it a lot more. So you hit the nail on the head.
Right. Holy smokes.
Holy smokes. He says it in that very certain way too, in a very particular kind of way.
Exactly. It makes me all thrilled and excited. And Batman and Robin, when I was a kid, they had this show Batman and Robin, and it would be like pow, kapoof, bang.
Right.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. So Ireland has a serious chance, although Baburin lost and Heidenfeld lost on board 4. So Germany's not going to lose, but with wins on both of these boards, Ireland will score an incredible result and upset Germany for the second time in a row. Very tough going for Germany, who lost to Austria in the previous round.
When it rains, it pours. Now, I've got a question for the Canadians. Oh no,
yes.
This is Sam Shanklin.
Canadians.
Yeah, we have. The Canadians have been outperforming. I wanted to make sure we gave a little love to the Canucks. And this is the Sam Shanklin game. Wow.
I was just making sure that it is, in fact, game over, which it is. So now we can move on to the Canadians. This is a pretty depressing position to look at. Sam is going to resign any second.
Okay. I mean... clear the cobwebs for me. Why is this over?
Well, what does black do, I guess?
I take a pawn. Rook takes b2. Of course I did.
Gift me the pawn.
You asked the president of the Pawn Grubbers Association.
What are you going to do? What did I expect the answer to be? Okay, I go king d8.
Okay, wonderful. I go f4.
I take it.
I go b4.
I see what you're trying to do. I Grabovich.
I grab it. Take it.
All right, so d7, rook b8. I'll go rook e8.
I take the pawn.
d7.
And why is this so depressing?
I think rook c4, I drop it back and go king e8.
Yeah, I was trying to, what I was trying to do was at a certain moment, I was going to give up my rook and I was going to try to escort my f7 pawn up the board. So Danya, take back my last move, whatever it was. Somewhere here, you just played the move d7. Power to, if it's a pity I can't play like rook to, okay, so I want to play king g5 and somehow
yeah, but I don't think black is nearly fast enough there.
That's my ultimate fear, that if I go king g5 and you go rook
king e7
g8 or king e7, oh, that's even more simple. Yeah, I was going to go rook to d4 at a certain moment. You were going to queen, and I was going to go f5. But you're absolutely right. I'm miles and miles and miles
just
away
a little
from
bit,
a race.
I'm
not winning the rook. No, you got me. That's.
But it's what Shanklin has to try something like this. But
right,
White has 8 minutes left. Maybe if this was a bullet game, but no. Yeah, this is going to be a loss. Okay, we can check in on our Canadian friends now.
Yeah,
we've got a couple of games still going. So Hansen draws. Nikolai Naritsin against Amin. Ooh, this is bad news for Canadian fans. He's going to lose. Is Naritsin.
True. The queen, that king is the king on g3 just seems so chill. Dang.
It is completely chill. What's not chill is the state of black's pawns on the king side. I mean, they are going to disappear one by one. White is going to capture them. But the good news for Canada is that board 3, Razvan Prioto, he seems to be winning against Idani Puya. A huge result this would be if Razvan can win and basically tie the match for Canada.
Yeah, look at that passer go. That pawn on h6. My goodness. Bishop on f5. I see domination here, and I like White's chances very, very much.
Yeah, he's going to park that bishop there, maybe lift the rook up around to g3 somehow.
Yep. It's all looking good. Good news here on this board for Canada.
Okay. What do you say we take a look at the ladies for
absolutely
a little bit, and then maybe come back to Fabi's game?
It's been a while. How are the top seeds? Ooh, what the
Whoa. Heck? I believe Anna Muzichuk is upper rook. And oh my God, and wait, Humpy Canero's down a piece.
Say what?
Okay, so this game is over. We can move on from this game. Anna Muzichuk is upper rook. I don't know how, but she is.
Nicely done, Anna. Yeah.
Humpy Canero has not managed to.
Whoa, this was the game that we really thought that White had a nice strategic edge. Must have missed a tactic.
Well,
wow.
Oh, she was plus. Look at this
massive
position. It's completely winning.
And what has she done? She missed the tactic.
Oh, she blundered bishop e6 and the knight hangs.
No, it can't be that simple. Really?
And all she had to do, I think, was take on c8.
Take on c8. I was thinking even king g1. I'm dreaming of rook f1, but okay.
I think this just ends the game though, because maybe Humpy was afraid that there would be a perpetual, but there isn't. You just go to g1.
Clear.
And instead, a mistimed check. She blunders the knight, and Black is right back in the game. Humpy had to sacrifice her rook for the bishop, and she's going to hold a draw here, but not more than that.
She will be very, very, very angry with herself for letting her opponent slip away. And isn't it terrible? Chess is. People don't understand that. They almost laugh at me when I say to people that chess is cruel. They're like, get out of here. How could chess be cruel? I mean,
it's just a game. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You play 3-4 hours and you put together this masterpiece where everything is beautiful. And then you play one bad move, just one bad move out of turn, and all of your efforts are sand in the wind, gone,
turned to dust as they are. But the good news for India is that Tanya Sachdev has this in the bag, and she, assuming Humpy holds a draw, will win the hero game and give India a big round 4 victory against Hungary.
True. That, I mean, it is nothing. When your first board slips up and the rest of your team, comes to your rescue. So, you could all have a really nice dinner. You feel good. It's like,
you feel great.
Thank you, Tanya.
When I played the World Team Championship, and I'm going to head back over to the Fabiano Caruana game, because that is, of course, the remaining game.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was going to say is that I experienced both sides of the coin. I lost a game to Melkumian when my 3 teammates had drawn when we played Armenia. The worst feeling in the world. Literally, that is a different kind of pain from just losing a game when you're accountable only to yourself.
Right.
As supportive as your teammates are, it stings. And then I won a game against Yakovenko. It was my first Super GM win to save our match against Russia, because we were losing by a point, and I was the last game remaining, and I was winning, and I was praying to every god I can think of, like, please don't screw this up. This is a chance to redeem yourself.
Nice. You got it, and you achieved it. You see, never kick a teammate when they're down.
That's right.
And Sam Shankland, as we know, has been suffering. We got here and I was throwing out F4, I was throwing out B4, but you were showing me that white is going to win the rook and black is way too slow to offer counter resistance.
Yeah, I mean, Sam has a lot of time on his clock, 43 minutes, and white has only 3:45 for the rest of the game. The problem for Sam is that white has a very clearly defined path toward promoting this pawn, which doesn't change based on what black does.
I'm an idiot. Why did I trade the G3 pawn for the F5 pawn? It's the F5 pawn I need. So if I go rook B3, you go D7.
I do.
And I take a pawn on G3. Uh-oh, how am I going to get rid of the queen side? I'm going to give up my rook. There's no question I'm giving up my rook. But I was trying, you know what I'm trying to do, of course.
But I'm going to give up my rook.
Right.
When the time is right, I'll give up my rook for the F pawn. And the presence of this measly, nasty little pawn on A3, that's what wins the game for white.
I know. Isn't it pathetic? Oh.
This tiny little
my gosh.
demon on A3. And if you take that pawn, then you don't have time to take the other one.
Precisely. That's precisely right. Dang.
By a tempo.
Life is rotten.
And Sam's going through all of those thoughts right now. Ugh, so close. But this is lost.
I've got a book behind me, The Koenig, by Jan Donner, and it's a brilliant book.
The King, love that book.
And he's got that one article there about the pawn. It was all about you. While everybody else was out on adventures, it was you sweet little A3 pawn.
Oh, it's specifically the A3 pawn.
It was all about you. Now, please go up the board and bring glory to yourself and glory to me.
Bring me queen, please.
Exactly. That A3 pawn is Sam's undoing. Fabi, I see, is at the board and he is working intensely. Can he save the match? Danya, give me some good news.
Well, he still has time. He's got 21 minutes. Let's reverse engineer how, if something bad happens, I feel like it'll happen because Fabi will spend 10, 12 minutes, let's say, on this move and get himself into the second round of time pressure. It seems to me that he's a couple of moves away from defining the position in some way to where, he can essentially guarantee that he will make the correct moves. Right now, he's got a big decision to make between a couple of candidate moves. He's got to check on H1. He can take on F5. He has some sort of a rook D7 move. And I'm very worried that Fabi, and he's obviously fatigued, we're 5 hours into the game.
True that.
He knows the importance of this game. Will he step up to the plate and find the best move here? Queen takes F5 looks very tempting, right?
On the contrary, every fiber of my being demands that I play that move because I want to bring my queen somehow back and defend my king while simultaneously keeping the threat of rook H1 alive. And by the way, trying to restore the material, I can't say equality, but just trying to get some material back in my pocket. Rook D7, as you mentioned too. But there are problems.
But here's the crazy thing. I played Chiga, or no, I guess I don't. Because I was calculating the line rook H1 check, rook H4. And if you play queen F4 check, there's queen G5 check.
No!
Look at that. Look at this position. All these pins.
Visual. That's a visual. Just when I was ready to play rook takes H4, queen G5 check. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you can get yourself a perpet with takes, and queen F8, I'm pretty sure.
Well, thank goodness for that. That was a close call. Okay, so for sure he's looking at queen takes F5, but sorry to say the bar hates that move.
The bar hates it. Why?
Yeah.
Could it be because of rook H4?
Oh, come on. Really?
It appears that it is because of rook h4.
What a remarkable move. Rook h4. I could play king g3. I could play rook d7. I've got all of these moves that I want to play, and rook h4.
The idea is that there's a huge threat of rook h2 check and queen h4, and somehow black's heavy pieces squeeze in to deliver a series of crushing checks. If fg, then obviously there's queen e2 check.
That's clear.
And if
takes g3, that's the remaining.
Might be this move.
No.
Just zigzag and this and that, and somehow black's pieces gain the upper hand.
Nice, because queen f4 check is met by queen g5 check, a move you've already mentioned. a5 is hanging, and any rook and pawn endgame, and that's just curtains. Wow. So Fabi, as you say, facing a really difficult task, and queen f5 isn't the move. What is the move? Suddenly?
Right. If it's not queen f5, we know it's not fg. That might be the first. Well, actually, I don't even think that can be totally ruled out. Rook e2 check, king h3 has to be considered. But I would never go for that in a million years. Rook h1 check. What about this move? Is that a empty check?
Well, I was more afraid of king g7 than anything. And then I'm just like, okay, didn't I drive black's
No, but now queen f5.
Now queen f5. Now you are threatening rook h7,
right?
Which is a different kettle of fish. Got it. Okay, sorry. Then I have to go king g6 or g5.
I think king g6 might be the way. And if you give a check on g8, again, black covers with the queen, and now white is toast.
Couple of pawns up.
White is toast here. Yeah, that's the basic narrative of this endgame, is that black is up these two pawns. So any transformation is going to be in black's favor, whether it's a queen trade, in some cases even a rook trade. You know, white's got this incredibly heavy burden to carry, that he's down two pawns.
I'm getting increasingly desperate here, Danya. I mean, we've eliminated rook h1. We've eliminated queen f5. Goodness knows, king g3 just looks like I'm just getting mated after rook g4, which leaves I wouldn't play that in a million years variation. f2 takes g3. And king h3.
It's also rook d7. Okay, so rook e2 check, king h3. If I could only get my queen to h5 without allowing a check on d6.
Right? But I will get that check to d6, right?
You will, and then you will prevent me from checking on h5 because I'll have to put my king there.
Exactly.
Oh, and then oh my God, look at this line. Oops, sorry. Queen f7.
Yes.
Check.
Yes.
King h5, g4 check.
No.
Oh, but that loses apparently because it gives the king a little pathway to f4. This is my fear. He takes 7 more minutes and poof. How do you manage this position with 5 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game?
And remember, everybody, there is no additional time control. It's just, 90 minutes for 40 moves with 30-second increments. The players will be relying upon their increments, basically, well, Fabi will at least, for the rest of the game. And that's, my gosh, that's so challenging. A lot of people ask me why I retired. It wasn't because, I don't love chess. I love chess. I love playing chess. It's just that after 5-7 hours, the energy's gone.
Right.
I'm just tapped out. I mean, and Fabi's a young man and he's in good shape physically, but that's also a part of it, right? Chess also requires good stamina.
I mean, unbelievable amounts of stamina, to the point where people just don't realize, like,
How
you're
much
calculating this
energy
position.
Yeah.
You just played for 5 hours and 15 minutes, and now you enter the most complicated phase of the game.
And every move has to be precise. Yeah. By the way, let's go to the Team India and give you a profile of why chess in India is booming.
Let's listen in.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 Super Grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the third board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the first board is his. On the second board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
That was a look at Team India. India fielding 6 teams across the open and women's sections here at the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. Yasser, India won.
I feel like I played the wrong move order there. What I wanted to do was suggest that we go to the games of the Team India and the fact that they made a 2-2 draw with France and then do the profile. I played the wrong move. I played move out of order. We went profile first. And Team India has been held to a 2-2 tie by the French team.
They have indeed.
Missing their top 2 players, NBL and Perugia at our home. And wow. By the way, sorry to this 2-2 was all 4 draws.
Mm-hmm.
There was some other results, but you got the game of Fabiano.
Yeah, I think sorry.
And isn't that the variation we kind of rejected for white?
That is exactly the variation we rejected for white. To rewind for a second, Fabi taking on F5 after all, and Rook H4 found immediately by Norbek Abdusatorov, and Rook H5 is a dagger into the heart of Fabi's defensive chances here. This might be over.
It looks terrible. It just looks.
Holy smokes.
I think he has missed F2 takes G3. And this move, first of all, the move Rook H4 is spectacular because it sets up a threat that comes out of nowhere. Rook H2 check. And suddenly this move Rook H5, because the desired Queen F4 check is met by Queen G5 check, forcing a winning Rook ending for Black. Oh my!
There's nothing that White can do about it. I mean, Queen G4 walks into a pin. You're going to be 2 pawns down, and you can resign in that Rook endgame because it's if Black's pawns were disjointed or at least doubled, then you could talk about defensive chances, but. Man, oh man, Rook H4, what a move by Norbek, and the guy is just such a beast.
Can I, again, I'm clutching at straws, forgive me everybody, I am biased. Instead of the move Queen F4, if I went Rook D7, is that-
but check on H4.
Oof. Wow, good morning.
No, but it's the only move, though. I mean, without it would be absolutely right.
Right.
I think.
But it's such a good move, though. I'm I'm feeling, I'm not feeling the love from the chat on this one, boy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh boy.
My goodness. Now, question, is this indeed totally hopeless? Because Fabi's going to take on g5 and clicking f4. His one and only asset. Actually, he's got two assets in the endgame. His king is more active, indisputably.
Yes.
And he's got the passed f pawn. Can he use one or both of these to produce something resembling miracle chances?
Okay, good. I like where the comment is going. So queen g5, rook g5, king f4, rook a5, and rook d6 check. And what we're saying is that black's king is a little bit goofy. Well, black is up a lot of pawns is the problem, but this move, and can we come up with some kind of a miracle save? I suspect
rook b5.
The answer is no, but you got to try.
Yeah, rook b5 is highly problematic though, because it defends b7, attacks b2. It's one of those multi-purpose moves that we talked about earlier in the day.
That I love.
Finding
that's the two connected pass pawns. For example, after rook takes c4, rook f2, you need a blockade with the white king, and you're so far from that. By the way, we have moves on the board.
Queen g4. So Fabi actually trying to trade on his own terms, and he does. He gets his king to g4, but will that actually help?
Yeah, I can imagine it might in those variations where we were looking at rook d6 check and not allowing necessarily king h5. But this is a clever intermezzo. Before capturing the pawn on a5, black is saying, put your king on f4.
Wait, I need to interrupt for a second. Sam Shanklin may have just saved this position.
Sam,
oh my God, it's
hero. You hero.
Oh my lands. This is, what are we seeing? Okay, wait a second. King d8,
How
a5
did he do this? He played a5. Okay, I was trying.
Okay. Rook e8 just ends the game immediately. Rook e1 king e8, but white missed this idea, played a rook h8, still winning, but after b4 apparently committed a horrible mistake. The correct move was a takes b4 and rook h6 check, right? But he played a4.
Okay.
Maybe this is a transmission. I don't think it's a transmission error.
Okay.
And Sam is able to draw with the move b3. He shoves the pawn down to b2. And this is a classic mechanism.
A very natural move, by the way. Push him, baby. b3. Oh, that would be a miracle save. Oh.
Sam Shanklin from half court. Swish.
And by the way, one of the things that it's perpetual that comes up in chat often, and we're asked, why does Team India have 6 teams? Of course, in the Olympiad, there's only one team per country, full stop and end of story, for the open as well as the ladies section. Clear. But over the course of many Olympiads, we would have those situations where we had odd number of teams. And so the host nation, to avoid a forfeit, a bye, if you will, was allowed to put in 2 teams. And this became so popular indeed, that they said, well, the host nation wants at least 2 teams.
Right.
And in case of odd numbers and stuff like that, now it seems like 3 teams. You host the Olympiad, you get 3 teams. And India is thrilled by such a prospect, because
the more the merrier.
They could field 5 teams and be competitive, but 3 teams it is. And that's how we got here. Do we have b3 on the board?
We have b3 on the board, confirming that it is not a transmission error. Bakirov wasting a key tempo.
Wow. And I'm assuming at this point that basically Sam has several ways, including king g7, which is a crazy move, I agree. But even king g7 and put your pawn on b2.
It's just the game ends, because, and I want to show what the difference is between AB and A4. This is from what I can tell. So here, after rook h6 check king g7, you're able to make it to b6. And okay, let's say black tries to defend with rook c4.
For example.
So here I think the win is yielded by the following maneuver. King e7, king d6.
Check. Yep.
Yeah. And bang. Now imagine that in this position, the pawn was on b3. Well, black would be able to simply take and play b2 and b1.
And we
so that's the key. The Vakitov allowed the pawn to get too far.
So that a3 takes b4 is the whole difference. And he has played king g7 by
and b2, and there's going to be a draw for. There's just nothing that white can do. What an unbelievable save!
He can't bridge his king out of there. Well, I tell you, I thrilled to the accounts of Paul Morphy being lifted, and he would play what were called seances, simultaneouses of 5 and 10 blindfold games at once. But at this moment, I feel like Sam Shanklin is going to be lifted and carried on the shoulders of his teammates.
He's going to be tossed in a chair, And by the way, the Russian word for simul is still seance.
A seance as well. Okay.
Yes, seance. Yeah.
Mongolia held Norway to it. So for Norway came into this event with very, very high hopes, lost to an inspired Italian team yesterday, and we're held to a draw by Mongolia 2-2 today.
And another big result that's in the making right now is assuming that Maxime Rothstein does not lose this game to Womadam. Ilya Smirin crushed Erwin Lamy, converted that endgame. The other games were draws, including Borukovsky drawing the Nishgiri, solid result. And Israel is on the cusp of defeating Netherlands. This does not look like a position that black can lose, even if he tried. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it's not.
Well, don't
not
try.
that easy. Yeah, don't try. But maybe it's not that easy, because knight takes a5 and knight c4 is in the works. Now, by the way, just to complete the point about Team USA, Sam draws this. Noterbeck looks over, sees that Sam has pulled it out. It's going to be very important for Noterbeck to not let that get to him, because he still needs to demonstrate technique. That game is not totally over.
Agreed. And oftentimes when you are in these team events, I was telling the story yesterday about Boris Golko playing one of the worst strategic howlers I've ever seen in my life. And it was such a bad move. It brought the U.S. team to a state of gloom. We were all intoxicated by this cloud of gloom that Boris had put on the board. It is like you get inspired, but you also get despair, if you will. So sometimes when you see a teammate blunder away a winning rook ending that we think Sam has saved the game, it impacts you. And just as you say, you can't lose your focus when bad things happen, because unfortunately bad things happen often. Rook B2, he's got his pawn on B2. Black is out of
officially out of the woods. Just go rook D2, rook E2 anywhere. You can safely move the rook away, allow the king to move to C7. Whoop, back to the check.
Right.
Maybe can white try this? Oh, rook D2, king A5. Can this be tried? Oh, but you have actually a check on A7 here.
Indeed, you gotta,
Then you trade one pair of pawns for the G pawn and then the other F pawn. Secures the draw.
Right. The other thing, though, funny that you should mention White's idea of trying to activate his king. Now that the pawn is on B2, the black king no longer has to keep eye over the F8 square. Like if I go king G6 and you go king E8 and I go rook check and you go king F8.
Yeah, congratulations, rook D2. Take that.
Exactly. Take that. And you're coming back. And in the meanwhile, I'll go king G5 and king G4 and I'll activate the king is what I'm saying. You can
right.
the other way King A5. I really, really think that the black is way out of the woods now. I mean, it just really, what a relief. But
in 25 minutes, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Tell me again about the Fabi position, because you said there are some hopes for Fabi.
Well, they're going down the exact line we had discussed, actually. Rook C7, he's going to get the connected passers.
Right.
But the thing is, the black's king is actually very far from his own pawns. Does that have any bearing on the evaluation, I think is the question?
Yeah. So again, there are those certain positions where you can easily imagine that white's king is on a square like B6 and black's rook is on a square like D7. So white's king is on B6, black's rook is on D7, supporting B7, and you just can't make progress anymore. So go ahead, play rook takes F2 check if you don't mind, Danya. King E5. We're going to make a very, very, very bad move for black for a moment. Rook F7. Terrible, terrible move. Terrible, terrible move. Now, if white's king were on B6, you're not kicking white's king.
I'm getting it there.
That's good. That's just going to be a positional draw. You know, you can't do anything.
Wow, that's a super cool position because, yeah, you can never leave the seventh rank and your king will presumably be cut off.
Right, exactly. And so there are positional draws. This is like one of the worst examples where, where black had to be very cooperative. But there are a lot of fortresses where the two connected pass pawn being nicely blockaded by a great defensive king. In this case, white's king, you can make it. But unfortunately for Fabi, he's a long way from ever achieving anything as splendid as this. By the way, the playing hall beginning to look very cloud. Things have thinned out.
Right, quite a bit. And we basically only have a handful of games still remaining, and even those are starting to near their conclusion with King E5. One last-ditch attempt by Mr. Caruana, but B5 is coming. And the pawns are snaking their way toward promotion. The one thing you want to avoid would have been rook takes F2. B5 played. And Fabi, unfortunately for Team USA fans, shocking, honestly, that he lost with white in a game where he displayed phenomenal preparation, 35 minutes up on the clock. But that early mistake, I mean, he recovered, but it wasn't enough.
Once again, sorry to interrupt you there,
Doug. No.
On a good day, let's just say King H5. Let's just put a move like King H5 blunder on the board. Rook takes A6, rook takes F2. Once again, I'm trying to get my king to B4 and the rook on F5. I want a black rook on F5, defending the B pawn that away. And then I want to cut off and say fortress.
So you want the same construction as you had demonstrated earlier, with the pawn slightly more advanced. So I would suppose you'd have to start by walking your king toward the promised land.
Blunder rook F5, king C3, rook E5, king B4, rook F5, and then I put my. Well, the table base is not agreeing with me. The table base.
Well, I think I understand why, actually.
Why?
Because essentially, what I'm going to do is go whichever way you go. I'm going to go the other way. I'm King F6 and rook E5, and I'm going to keep using my rook as a shield and inching my king closer and closer to the pawn.
They're the table base. Just the bar. Excuse me, not the table. The bar just went to even.
Wow, it actually did, didn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There are certain there are certain tricks that. Well, I mean, again, I'm clutching at straws, but what's a desperate man going to do?
You've got to clutch at every straw that you can offer, especially because if Fabi somehow saves this game, USA somehow wins this match. So
it's a miracle.
Do not go anywhere. So we will go on a break, but first A reminder that if you're already experiencing withdrawal because the Olympiad round is close to concluding, worry not, because the Chess.com Global Championship play and phase continues today. Catch 2 broadcasts at 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific. Yes, that's 57 minutes from now, and 5 hours and 57 minutes from now, Mondays and Fridays through August 5th. So this coming Friday will be the final day of qualifiers. Watch as title players and Chess.com members who qualified through the open qualifiers battle for a spot in the field of 64. It's Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, $1 million up for grabs, $200K for first prize. Catch all the action right here on Chess.com. And the first of today's qualifiers coming your way in 57 minutes. Well, the end of round 4 of the Olympiad is coming your way right on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And we are back here at the 44th Chess Olympiad as the games from round 4 wind down. We still have a couple of absolutely critical games ongoing, so do not go anywhere. And we'd like to start, in case you're just joining us, by reviewing the current status of the top matches and the current results. Yes, sir. As you can see here, these are boards 6 through 10 of the women's section.
Exactly.
Tons of games still ongoing. A lot of the matches still completely undecided.
Remarkable. I thought that they would have been decided, but we do see one decisive result for sure, as Team India 2 did take down Estonia. That match is over. Cuba leading 2-1 over Sweden. And the remaining game, all Cuba needs is a draw to clinch match victory. What's happening in boards 1 through 5?
Well, on board 1, India is about to defeat Hungary. Tanya Sajdev is checkmating her opponent. So that is going to be a wrap. Ukraine, Bulgaria, 1-1 is the current score. So 2 games remaining. One of them is going to end in a draw. I'm pretty sure Ukraine is winning on the other one, but we will check into that a little bit later. Georgia, very convincing effort against India 3.
Absolutely.
Netherlands gets crushed by Poland.
Ooh.
Just destroyed. 3-0.
Didn't see that one coming.
I know.
That's a shocker. For sure, France leading against Serbia 1.5. Again, with 2 games going. And how about the open section? What's a recap and where we stand at the moment? Board 6 through 10, Daniel.
Well, Israel is just knocking on the door of a huge win over the Netherlands. All Maxime Rotstein has to do is just make 2 easy moves, and the game will be a draw. England, convincing effort over Serbia. Great game by Michael Adams, by the way, against Indic. So they clinched the win. India 2 continues their just crazy level of play, just destroying Italy, making Italy look like they didn't defeat Norway yesterday, a team that has somebody named Magnus Carlsen. Okay, Austria.
Big result. Yeah, with 1 game.
Austria. They beat Germany yesterday, and now they're beating Armenia.
Like, hello. I mean, how sweet
Who are
it is.
these people?
Exactly. Canada, a point behind Iran. By the way, in that game, that match of India, I got to ask, because it was something we looked at earlier, how did David Howell do? He was down to like 10 minutes for 20 moves or something.
He won.
Of course he did.
Of course. Did anybody doubt that?
Who needs 90 minutes? 80 minutes is fine.
Right, exactly.
Like, what? Crazy. All right. But it's of our remaining games, I have to say, I mean, close your eyes, everybody. How is Fabi doing?
I'm afraid he's 1 move away from resigning.
Oops.
I mean, all Black has to do is take that pawn on F6.
Okay, so once again, I've been clutching at straws, and I want to put my king.
And Fabi resigned. It's official.
Resigned. I didn't even get to clutch at straws. I was.
No more straws to clutch at.
I was going to go rook to the A file. You're going to blunder. Allow me to put my king on B4.
And somehow you're going to construct a little fortress against 3 pawns.
And then you cleared the cobwebs and told me, dude, the guy resigned. It was like, oh, okay. Wow. Well, you said coming into this match that There was a danger squad. The U.S. team was up against some young guns who, well, I mean, Fabi's opponent, he could have taken a draw earlier. There was a repetition, an implied repetition, I want to say. He refused, which sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, well done. That was a big win. Big win.
Yeah, I mean, you can just sense that there's certain teams when you're in bad form against a team of young grandmasters, they're going to punish you. It might not be on one board, it might be on another one. And for Team USA, they've got to recuperate from this quickly. They have to rediscover their form, because a draw is a miracle result. It keeps them very much, atop the standings. It's not great, but a loss would have been a disaster.
Right. India only made a draw against France.
Right.
So you're right. I mean, we should be counting our lucky stars that we get a match point 1.
100%.
We don't get a big fat 0. 2-2. Not terrible with Uzbekistan, but we're definitely not clicking on all cylinders. This is the game between Israel and the Netherlands. Again, Israel leading. All they need to do is draw this game, and they've got match victory.
Yeah, that's it. And Warmerdam has nothing to do here other than to keep repeating with 95 and knight c4. And
exactly.
He's going to let his time dwindle, but nothing to talk about here. I mean, Black is currently up a pawn with that f3 pawn guaranteeing a draw. And Israel, big win. I mean, the Netherlands is a tank. They've got Lamy, Warmerdam, Giri. I mean, they are hard to bring down.
Exactly.
And
by the way, I saw in chat that because of his loss, we talk about these asymmetric risks that the top players play with their rating. A slip to world's number 7 now. First of all, I mean, when you go back to the 2018 World Championship match between Fabi and Magnus, where they played literally to a tie after 12 games, and Fabi clearly number 2, and at times was giving chase to Magnus at number 1. I've always kind of equated Fabi as the world's number 2 player. I mean, just being told that he's now slipped to number 7 on the live rating list. Oh dear. Oh dear. Better days, we hope, for Fabi, but this will not go down well. That was you lose with Black. These things happen. You don't usually lose with White, especially in the prep. Where did it all go wrong? Well, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna be reading all the reports on what Fabi did that was a mistake.
The thing is that he made that mistake, then he recovered, and we checked in at one point. It appeared that he was very much in control once again. He had full compensation for the pawn, and you just aren't used to him losing those kinds of positions. You just aren't. He just doesn't do that, and he's just made so many mistakes in these critical moments since the candidates. And again, you just feel for him. Fabi's one of the nicest people in the chess world. He's so easy to root for, and hopefully his fortunes change. He'll get plenty of chances to redeem himself this tournament. And again, not a tragedy by any stretch. The tournament is still young,
but still, still a slip nonetheless. Okay, more hero games remaining.
Well, I'm looking. Maybe we can check into the ladies section to see if there are any hero games there. Okay, Tanya Sachdev trying to put the finishing touches. She's 2 rooks up.
Oh, okay.
She's won.
I think she's capable.
I think that's enough. I don't know. I think that's just enough.
Just enough.
Okay, so we have a couple of interesting games here. We have Bulmaga against Elizabeth Potts. I'm not sure what the current score is. This is what is this? This is Romania against Germany. The current score is 2-1 in favor of Romania. They got it in the they got it in the bag. I mean, Bulmaga's not losing this.
Yeah, somehow Germany is hoping that Elizabeth can pull this one out of the bag. No such luck.
No, she's a pawn down, and whether or not this is a draw is essentially a moot point.
Right.
And another draw in Salimova against Muzichuk. This game is about to be drawn. And what does that mean? That means that Ukraine, with Anna Muzichuk defeating Gergana Pechova. Let's see how the other boards did. Anna Ushanina is still playing, I think. Let's see what her position is. Okay, Ushanina has the black pieces here. I think this is a dead draw. Oh, and look at that. Yulia Osmak losing on board 4.
Whoa. What?
Yulia Osmak, Ukrainian board 4, lost her game. So
oh my goodness.
This is going to be a tie. If Anna Ushanina doesn't pull a rabbit out of the hat here, which she actually might.
These rook endings. Oh my.
Well, Black's plan is to get to B7, isn't it?
Yeah, but I was thinking that White was planning to go King G5, F4, King F6, King E6 somehow shadow.
Mm-hmm.
It depends if I can't push this rook off of the F5 pawn. No, I can't do that, right? So just a second. So if I go White, whose on turn?
White to move.
King G5, King D7.
I keep walking.
Right, F4, King C7. Now I wanted to go rook to F6.
And if A4, you go back to A6.
Exactly.
And if I go here,
then I was going to take the pawn, and I'm hoping that it's going to be a queen versus pawn, but your king is outside of the drawing zone.
No, but the thing is, I think I can blockade with Queen H8 at the end.
Oh,
it's this classic idea.
Yeah, baby.
Oh man.
Oh, sweet. That's
a cool idea.
Right. If the king were on B, yeah.
No, I don't know what White should do here then. Evalbar is showing zeros, but
I understand. Go back to instead of rook F6, try rook to E6.
Okay, King B7 still.
Rook to E5.
Oh wait, this takes. A4.
E6.
But I think I'm gonna promote check. 4 E6, King C7, King F6, you draw. Somehow the evil bar is screaming in disapproval. Is it King C6 the reason?
King C6 is the reason.
And by the by,
this is a tricky ending. Danya, I'm telling you, it's easy to go wrong.
Kids, take note. And by the way, King G5 and F4 played. King C7 played. We have this on the board in 2 minutes for White for the rest of the game. I don't know if Krasteva has it in her to hold this together. This is a all-important game. If Ushanina wins this, Ukraine wins the match.
Right.
You can see
oh my gosh,
the two incredibly strong players on camera there. Anna Ushanina, a former women's world champion with a decades-long chess career, very experienced and incredibly strong. Okay, what did White do?
After all of that excitement,
Rookie 6 played. Rookie 6 played. I think she's
on the board.
This Rookie 5 idea.
It's on the board.
Holy smokes!
Okay.
All right.
What's going on?
So the one thing to avoid for Ushanina is the move A4 allows an immediate draw with Rook A6. That's a cool idea too, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, you're not doing that, so you have to go King B7 to cover the A6 square. And Ushanina is going to presumably play that move pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. I'm just popping out my chat window. I'd like to expand it so I can follow all of the discussion as we're following this exciting game here.
Yeah, this is a match-deciding game. And Shannon taking her time here. But King B7 is de rigueur. It's happening.
It's a happening.
Yeah, and you can see there as the camera pans out on the right side of your screen, that is Maria Muzichuk on board 1, who is about to make a draw, almost certainly.
That I'm still like in shock about that game, because really when we were looking at the game earlier in the round, we thought that Maria was just cruising fine, like everything was really going well, and then something just hiccup.
Yeah, didn't quite go her way that game toward the end game, but Anna Oceanina might be coming to the rescue here. Man, she's taking a while on King B7. Are there any other candidate moves? I mean,
no, not that I can see. I mean, again, the desirable A4 just runs into rook back to A6, and oops, you don't want to see king takes F5 after rook D4. So it's got to be King B7. I mean, there's just no other choice.
And maybe Anna wants a time scramble. She wants to join her opponent.
Right.
Now she's down to 2 minutes. I mean, you got to leave yourself with a little bit of time to calculate.
Well, with Team India and Team USA dropping a match point today, how many teams, Danya, in the open section are going to go to 8 out of 8?
Well, India 2 is one of them.
Israel, yep,
is going to make it happen as well.
I'm just trying to, in my mind, picture the key matchups for tomorrow's round on the top boards. So it sounds like Team Israel is going to be facing Team India.
Gosh, India 2 is just an unstoppable force at the moment. But Israel showed their bones today. I mean, they've got some, seriously underrated players. Avital Borochovsky, he held his own against Giri. Maxim Radstein, he really dropped. He used to be over 2,700.
Absolutely.
And he's now in the neighborhood of 2,590, which is a meaningless number. He's not 2,590.
No, that's the scary part. I mean,
terrifying to play players like that.
Right, because they've been there. They've been the champions of the nation. They've faced the top players in the world. So that they're capable. I always felt that Gadakamsky, regardless of whatever rating he had, it was meaningless. I mean, Gadakamsky played the world championship match, with Anatoly Karpov. I mean, whoa. This was a guy, who could play his best. Now, is this yeah, okay, we do
this is exactly that line.
Okay, and king takes F5, I guess, is walking into just simply A4.
And white is just not in time.
Just not in time. It's just
by one tempo. You're not stopping the pawn.
No, you're not in the square.
Not in the square. And the problem is that if white moves the rook away, which, I mean, might be a sad necessity, just king moves in A4.
Okay, one more time. I go check. You go king.
I go king C5.
King C5.
To meet rook A6 with king B5.
Right. That was a nice cheapo there. So what do we have on the board now? What is the current position?
This is it. King C6 and rook E8 is Krastova's choice. But here comes the A pawn.
Indeed.
I think this is over.
It's the A pawn show. Okay, one more time, one more look, Danya. I'm trying as white to stretch your defenses. So go A4, if you will, please. I'll go rook to A8. You will go king B5. Now, magically, I'm going to make the illegal move, king e6,
right,
and to try to win your pawn. So king f6.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go king b4?
Yeah, but here I'm just in time. I created a little bit more real estate for my rook.
Yes, that's it. That's it. That's a winner.
Had you been able to play king e6 in this position,
yeah,
I mean, the difference between a win and a draw in any rook endgame is tiny. I mean, it literally always comes down to one tempo, even if you feel like it's, a win. But in any case, Anna Oceanina seems to have this under control. Let's get back to the open section for a hot second. Maxim Rothstein officially draws his game against Warmerdam. That means Team Israel has defeated the Netherlands. Sorry, Yasser, your hometown team.
Hey, man.
Goes down.
As we say, in each life, a little rain must fall. And it seems
a good one.
Storming in mine.
Right.
Dang, what's happened to Team America today? I'm still sore about that one. All right, what other hero games do we have left?
I think we might be just about done. I'm surfing all of the games. So Turkey against Azerbaijan, yeah?
If you wouldn't mind just checking in the last board.
Yeah. Mamedov is a draw. If we could pull up the individual pairings here. Mamedyarov also drew. Okay, so they've got Mamedyarov, Mamedov. Gusenov lost to Vahapsanal. And then who is their fourth board? It's Gusenov, Mamedyarov, Mamedov, and let me check who the final board is for Azerbaijan. It is, drum roll please. Where are they? I'm looking at the pairings. I can't find. There they are. It is a Durar Bailey, Basim Durar Bailey.
Let's do it.
And he's the one who's still playing.
Right.
He's the one who's still playing, and he needs to win to save this match for Team Azerbaijan.
Okay. And can he do it?
Well, he's pretty close. He seems to have Shan Ali Marandi with his back against the wall and 14 seconds on his clock.
And that h5 pawn is so tender. Once white clips that pawn, it's all about the H train.
And 0.6. I don't care about but this to me looks completely lost, actually.
Truly. Beautiful rook, beautiful knight, slightly more active king for white, but very, very vulnerable passer, that H pawn. If I didn't win this as white, I'd be very angry with myself.
Yeah, I'd have a mini midlife crisis. Am I playing the right game?
Wait a minute. Danya, excuse me.
Right.
That's something you cannot say. You're a youth. You're a talented youth. You are not allowed to have midlife crisis.
Okay.
I'm allowed a midlife crisis.
Hey, you're a youth too.
There you go. Now we're
all youthful. But here's the one thing that complicates the narrative. After rook takes b4, black has all these like mating ideas. Like if you just step back with the knight, I'm going to give you a check, and it ain't easy here.
Whoops.
Oopsie daisy.
That's one way of going wrong. Instead of the move knight f4, let's speed up the play a bit and go knight f6.
You want to force the trade.
I want to force the trade if I can. And check, I got to go to f1. That mate still exists.
Yes, it does. It is. Okay, so knight h2, knight e3.
By the way,
hard to decide between them, yeah.
There's a mate on the other side of the board with the rook and knight combo.
You're right. The knight can get to b6. Crazy. Good. It's actually a threat.
Right? That's good for
it's
the goose.
Literally a threat.
Good for the gander there. Knight d7, knight b6, and black's king suddenly falls under the rook and knight mate.
Okay, so one way or another, Vasif is going to have to make a decision here within the 50 seconds he has remaining.
Knight f6 sets up that knight d7,
There
and
it
he's
is.
done it. He's done it. And once again, he needs a victory to save the match, right?
He must win. So whatever you do, he's not going to accept any perpetual until Black forces it. No
Right.
repetition. He'd rather get mated.
All right. Okay, that looks like a fun hero game. What else do you have for us in the top 5 boards, the open section?
Well, it's official. This is the final game in the top 10 in the open section. That's it.
Okay.
And there's one game in the women's section. And after that, it appears that we will have most, if not all of the top matches. We will have all of the top matches complete. So now we are being told, we can switch here for a second, that Kramling is trying to save the match for Sweden. That is Pia Kramling. Her daughter Anna is, of course, also representing Sweden. And it looks like Pia just might be successful.
Right. It's ages and ages ago. I played in the open tournament in Vancouver, BC, British Columbia. And Pia Kramling was there, and there was a pairing where I was to play Pia. Now, in those days, of course, I'm coming from Seattle, and I was very dominant in the Washington State, Idaho, Oregon, Pacific Northwest, and the pairing was Godzilla. And Pia is a tiny tot, right? Just a slim girl. Bambi.
Right.
So officially on the pairing, it was me, Godzilla, versus Bambi. It was like, okay, so we had an arbiter with a sense of humor. You know, what's a guy to do, Danya?
No, that's hilarious.
I know. How is it? It's still not easy for Pia in this position, though. I mean, right?
I actually think it kind of is.
Why?
Because she's gone rook f3.
Okay.
I guess does she want to trade bishops with bishop e3?
Which I don't want to do. I don't want to get myself into a dry rook and pawn endgame, just 2 pawns down. So I have to keep that move, I guess, bishop e1 in reserve. But you're right. If Black repositions her bishop to d4, then the e pawn is more of a potent. Yeah. No, I see it now. You're absolutely right. Bishop
so
e3
you
missed
bishop e3 takes.
Yep.
And then
this is not easy. This is not pretty. This would be easy.
Yeah, I mean, cut off the king, push the pawns.
Exactly.
One way or another, Pia should
I remember a game from the World Championship in Chennai where Magnus, slalomed his king all the way to like the d3 square and escorted his e pawn home, and took the lead in the match in Chennai and went on to become world champion.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, well, rook b4 by Ordaz Valdez as she tries to wait for Pia to demonstrate these final moments of technique. Bishop e3 essentially ends the game. Whew. All right.
I
Bishop
am
d2.
not sure.
Okay.
I don't think that Pia Kramling has been competing in the women's championships for long. She's also played in the Open for the Swedish team, the Open team. Great player, but I don't believe she ever won the women's championship. So just to correct the thing in chat, the question in chat, no, I don't think Pia ever won the women's championship. There were a lot of players from China who got the better of her. Maybe Zhu Shan was one of them, maybe Zijun another. But no, I don't think Pia won the women's world championship.
Yeah, I don't believe she did either. That sounds right. But she is going to win this game, and she is going to save the match for Sweden.
No, exactly. Yeah.
But okay, shall we switch back for a moment to our other final game? And it looks like Gerard Bailey is very close to winning this one. Is he actually going to deliver that mate with knight d7, knight b6?
I think he is. King c1.
Right.
Rook g2, knight d7, and knight b6 will be the clinching, defining moment there. It's amazing how the pawns on c5 on a5 both are necessary to defend.
but there's knight e5 there actually.
What?
There's knight g4 to e5.
No, I go king c1.
Okay.
Oh,
rook
g2, knight d7, king c7 is what you mean to say.
Knight king c7,
knight e5. Ooh, you're right. You're absolute. Knight h8 check.
Oh, knight e8, king c8.
King c8. You're good. You're good. Oof.
He's got to move.
Oof. What's the time? What's the clock time?
Okay, so he's gone. Oh, he's gone for a knight d7 check. It's happening. Oh, okay. I get it. After knight e5, I think the reason he's played king d3 is he wants to involve all hands on deck. Black is lost. The wheels are coming off here.
That's great. That's great. Like, I love one of the things about studies that I like so much is in studies, the intent of the study is to use everybody. Like, everybody has a role in the study. And
exactly.
Usually in tournament games, one side is overwhelming, so you don't need a third of your army or anything of that nature, right? But this one, with the king coming to d4, it's almost study-like. You needed that king to break the camel's back and force the defense away.
Yeah, the last line of defense is that knight on e5. You can not only use the king, you could also use your h-pawn as a decoy. I mean, literally bang, 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 and black just doesn't have the resources to stay alive here.
Wow. Cool.
Wow.
Cool.
Very impressive. And king.
The vultures are crowding around the table.
On the clock at 50 seconds here. Great camera shot.
Danya, I've got to ask you about your own chess career. Pandemic impacted everybody, and everybody went online. We get that. But king went to a7, and we know what's coming next. The white rook is making a beeline to the a8 square. What's on your agenda? Are you playing actively? You got a tournament?
Yeah, I'm playing a game tomorrow. What? Actually, I'm playing the U.S. Open.
You're going to go to
Palm
Springs.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow morning. First round is tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'm playing the 6th day.
You play a 6-day schedule. Yeah.
6-day schedule. Really want to qualify for the U.S. Championship. That would be really nice.
Okay, that's your
and then
goal.
I'm playing U.S. Masters, which is in Charlotte, conveniently enough, in November.
Your hometown, got that too.
Definitely Europe trip is happening at some point, but maybe when all the other tournaments and commentary and streaming die down a little bit.
Gotcha. Well, if you're ever in the neighborhood, you know you got a place to stay and a good home-cooked meal. I've been perfecting my craft. Seriously, it's not a joke. I'm giving myself a 2,400 rating in the kitchen cooking department.
Oh my God.
I've really improved a lot. I've improved a lot.
Now you've got me sold.
The pandemic, man, I'm telling you. I mean, I had to do something.
Right. I started cooking during the pandemic, but I kind of lost steam a little bit.
Okay.
No pun intended.
We just kind of seen some rook checks. White, cagily, what is he trying to do? He's trying to walk away from the check. Maybe king b3, king a4.
I think that ends the game immediately. King b3. I don't know what. I mean, king b3, and it's over.
Right. The problem is black when white plays rook to d8, black's king is stalemated. Got that. But how is black going to give away the f5
F pawn? That's the worst of it. Black wouldn't give just to get rid of that darned pawn,
right? Yeah. I mean, you might be able to get away with, you know, a knight and a rook sacrificing themselves like mad. But
right.
the f5 pawn, white's not going to go after that one.
Morandi's going to resign, I think, right here. He's going to give one more check. One more spite checks. That's useless.
Check. Yes.
Here comes the king.
The concept of the spike check is very, very important. The last great act of defiance. I will not resign. Well, that sounds very good. First of all, the US Open, shout out to the United States Chess Federation, who for decades and decades has run what was the premier tournament, open tournament, the US Open. It was the granddaddy of them all. I must say, I think I've got my name etched on the trophy of the US Open. Have you ever won the US Open?
No, well, so in 2010, that's how I got into my first US championship. Brilliant. I came in second by tie breaks, and I think first was Shabalov, if I'm not mistaken. He was already qualified. So
that's how you
good memories, and it's the only time I played it. So I'm hoping to do a little repeat, maybe.
Okay, well, good luck and great success on that. Then once again, did you say U.S. Masters in Charlotte?
Yeah, U.S. Masters. It's in Charlotte now. Used to be in Greensboro. But this game, by the way, it's almost over. Morandi about to resign.
With seconds on his clock.
Nope. He's gonna play till mate.
Okay, what are we seeing? Rook to B8, rook to
D8, and then resign. You can give a bunch of checks.
You got more checks to give, maybe.
That's right. Rook G4, G3, and white's just going to zigzag his way
towards the rook. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what John Jamil is hoping to achieve here.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure white has demonstrated the proper technique.
Once you ram your king to A4, I think that was good enough. But no, more
he's
spike
still
check.
going. King C2, King D1, King E2, King F1.
Right.
You ain't giving away your F pawn anytime soon.
Look at him go. Great play.
He's still giving those checks. Okay, this is the pre-resign pose, I think. No, another check.
Wow.
What is the purpose of this?
I thought you were right, 100%. The pre-resign
it just looked like it.
Pose, yep.
I think Gerard Bailey is puzzled that, am I missing? Is there a fourth that emerges out of another check?
No.
And finally, after King F1, now he's going to resign. Yeah, and he's there. It is.
We didn't see the handshake. But
I mean, you got to exhaust all the checks. You know.
Wow. Well, bring it home for us, Danya. This was quite a round. Some upsetting moments for a lot of the teams, to be sure. Especially Team India, Team USA. They'll go to the back rooms and say, okay, how do we get ourselves into form?
Yeah, well, first of all, they've got to celebrate the fact that, Sam Shanklin pulled out one of the craziest results,
miracle draws.
One of the unbelievable results of the Olympiad so far. So they've given up a draw, but so has India. So have a bunch of other teams. Only a couple of teams remain with perfect scores. As we check out our Olympiad match scores, boards 1 through 5, France, India draw, USA, Uzbekistan draw. Wow. Spain defeating India 3, big result there. Poland, Romania draw. Turkey, Azerbaijan draw. And it to be expected that we had a lot of draws because, the strength of the team.
Yeah.
Right. The favorites are beginning to clash, and they will continue to clash through tomorrow.
Right.
So it's just going to get more and more interesting.
And Netherlands goes down to Israel. Israel will have a perfect 8 from 8. Big result there for Ireland. England, pardon me. Why did I say Ireland? It was England. Nice result as Mickey Adams, David Howell come through against Serbia.
Indeed, indeed. Wow, what a day. It's been 6.5 hours. A grueling match course indeed as we check out the women's Olympiad match scores. And we see here India taking down Hungary on the strength of Tanya Sachdev's clutch win of the Black Pieces. Ukraine beating Bulgaria. Ano Shenina coming through there. Right. Georgia convincing against India. Poland, Netherlands, bang, bang, bang. 3.5.
What happened? Oof. Is right. France just gets by Serbia in a close call.
Incredible and board 6 through 10. India, apologies, it's been a long day. Israel losing to Azerbaijan. The men's team though performing well in the open section. Romania beating Germany. Mongolia, Kazakhstan is a tie, and Kazakhstan is one of the strongest teams in the women's section. So a big result for Team Mongolia. And India too beating Estonia, and Cuba, Sweden still ongoing, depending on the result of Pia Kramling's game.
Yeah, Pia, their technique wasn't that great, but also just to remind everybody, our remaining schedule, there is one free day coming up. Danya?
Yes, so today is August 1st. Tomorrow is August 2nd, and the day of round 5. The start time is exactly the same as today. That'll be 2:30 a.m. Pacific time, 11:30 Central European Standard Time. The rest day comes on August 4th. That is tomorrow, I guess, is a Monday. August 3rd is a Tuesday. So Wednesday, August 4th will be the rest day. And the rest of the rounds, except the last one, will have the same exact start time. The last round starts at 9:30 p.m. Pacific, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. A bridge that we are about to cross in 8 minutes is the Chess.com Global Championship. The play-in phase concludes this coming Friday. There are 4 more qualifiers to determine who will qualify to the top 64 and join the likes of Hikaru Nakamura and tons of incredibly strong grandmasters as they fight out for the largest prize fund in the Chess.com history, $200,000 for first place and $1 million purse overall. So the next qualifier, it starts in 8 minutes from now. So you will not have to wait long for your next dose of high level chess.
That sounds very, very, very exciting indeed. Have you thrown in your hat into that ring?
I've played twice, both times incredibly tired after commentary. I might even play the second qualifier today. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe I'll play from my phone in bed in 7 minutes, because that's directly where I'm going.
Face plant. Face plant
is right.
Let me just say once again, I really enjoy working alongside you. It was a lot of fun. I think you're taking a break tomorrow, but you're going to be back, aren't you?
I will be back.
Yes, threats.
I will be back after the tournament. I will catch the end of the Olympiad. There's nothing I'd rather, I pulled so many all-nighters in college. This has probably been my most fun all-nighter that I've ever pulled. So thank you, Yasser. It's always a great pleasure to commentate with you. And no tournament I'd rather commentate than the Olympiad. I'd also like to thank the tens of thousands of you on Twitch and on YouTube supporting your country, supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players. The Olympiad really is such a magical event. And our producer, Bick, for yet another flawless broadcast. You're awesome. And now, hey, it's okay. It's all right.
Suddenly we're going to see a nice smiling picture of Danya Naroditsky as our producer says, I love this man.
Oh, he wants to say something. He's holding himself back. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the round begins same time, 2:30 a.m. Pacific. And now for Yasser Sarwan, Bick, our producer, our entire team at chess.com, Daniel Naroditsky and Yasser Sarwan saying goodbye from the 44th Chess Olympiad. We'll see you tomorrow for round 5.
See you all tomorrow.